feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna show them. We got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've taken my soul
For
down.
my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light.
John, why you leave me? Look into my eyes. Tell me why, baby, why? Why?
Hey John, your last time you were damn right.
It's true. But I left for results lah. Team secret, pastikan korang points cukup sebelum lawan kita. Kalau you lawan kita, you akan kalah.
立体 gaming 如果遇到我们的话，就准备被我们当热手的对手吧。
来吧，马可达利的教学。来个摇。
这个队伍。
多打。
我之前都没有听到过，后续祝你们好运吧。
你们起哄完了？他们在那边化妆。
No 啊，听说你们刚刚得了一个世界冠军。
Very strong. They were going to be the champions, or at least the top contender. But Nongshim, the champion, wasn't synonymous.
但是对我们来说，你只是我们的开胃菜。
No 吧？
Tagging Steve. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Dust. Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Hello, mate? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run! If only I had an alternative, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for itself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the inn. Welcome to your doom.
Eyes are so complicated.
Unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground. And they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
What is up, Warriors, and welcome back to another exciting day of MKL Spring Season 2025. My name is Contra, and joining today with me is Sagi.
Hello, Contra. Glad to be here with you once again on MKL Spring Season 2025. And honestly speaking, yesterday, we witnessed some amazing action in the MKL Spring Season. And we've witnessed something unusual. A top 3, top 4 team losing to O2 Esports in the bottom bracket. That is unhappened before so far, and I do believe that we want to see more and more of these actions coming into this week.
That's right, and of course, just like what the motto of the season is, Embers Awaken, where all these new bloods are now rising from the ashes, where, you know, the prior weeks, we also do see even the likes of Seoul Esports to be able to overwhelm some of all these major names out there. So that being said, we're definitely getting some really exciting series on our hands for the entirety of today. So thank you guys for joining us on the lovely evening here on a Sunday run. So that being said, let's take a look at the tournament format if you guys are here for the very first time.
And let's check out the tournament format real quick. As mentioned by Contra, regular season goes in the double round robin format, where every team will meet each other at least twice. Actually, just twice, right? And from that top 8 team, top 6 will proceed to the playoffs. So for the top teams, you will want to land yourself in a comfortable position in the playoffs group. And for the bottom teams, the bot 4, you are desperately fighting for your life to survive to reach the top 6 so that you can further advance yourself to the playoffs, Contra.
Right, and on top of that, these teams are also fighting for plenty of cash prizes, where if you guys are joining in for the first time, every match that these teams play, they get to earn about $50 a piece for the participation award. And on top of that, it is going to be a victory bonus if they do get a 2-0. All $300 goes into that pocket, but if it's going to be a 2-1 series, they will have to split 200 to 100 in that sense. Meanwhile, of course, whoever lands themselves to be the champions of the league stage, they will be earning a whole lot of money as well, where in the playoffs it's up to $11,000 to be earned if they were to emerge as the champions. And of course, that tallies up to a whopping $60,000 on the line.
Ooh, $60,000 on the line for these participants of the MKL. Looking at the number, they are definitely shook and ready to rumble for this amazing prize pool. And especially the FMVP of the playoffs will be getting away with $1,000 as well, Contra.
That's right, and there's just so much at stake right now that every match actually matters a whole lot, especially if they are hoping to earn. Right now, let's take a look at the standings real quick. Nova, so far, looking to be undefeated. There's only a dent being put over onto Blackshirt Esports, coming in very closely with pretty much a 6-1 record, whereas that makes up the top 4 with AG Global as well as Team Secret. But what's really interesting is the journey so far for O2 Esports solidifying themselves with a 5-win, 9-loss ratio, as it seemed to be pretty much cutting real close between DTE, Dodak, as well as Seoul Esports.
Definitely, Contra. So looking at the both sides, top 1 to top 4 is split into both sides, right? Rank 1, Rank 2, you have Nova and Blackshirt Esports, undisputed champions of HOKS2 and HOKS3. So they have formed a line of top 2 right now. And AG Global and Team Secret, they are fighting for the 3rd and 4th place spot. And you look at the other side of the standings right now, 5, 6, 7, 8, composed of O2 Esports, TTE Gaming, Todak, and Seoul Esports. These 4 teams will be the primary participants to fight for these playoff spots as of this week 3. So looking at this equilibrium so far, I really want to see who out of the 4th and 5th seed will be battling on the top 4 slots.
That's right, and speaking of which, we're going to be looking at the schedule where it is the battle for survival between Seoul Esports versus O2, where O2 might have actually found their solid footing coming up hot with their win from yesterday's run, and later on match 2 will kick off with DTE versus Team Secret, and also to wrap up the event of the night, we will have Dota versus Nova Esports. I would dare say that match 2 is definitely going to be the highlight match of the day, where we're looking at the mid-table to be shaken up.
Of course. So we're looking at DTE Gaming versus Team Secret. DTE, the crowned underdogs of the series right now. So they will want to definitely beat the gatekeepers of Team Secret, who is currently holding the firm line of top 4 and beyond. So that is going to be the highlight of today. And O2 Esports freshly off a win against All Gamers Global, not a 2-1, but a dominating 2-0 fashion. So definitely these two series are definitely to be focused on. And the closing match having Nova Esports and Todak, definitely something that Todak has to prove themselves. They don't necessarily have to win, but they will at least, at the bare minimum, have to take on some challenge when facing against Nova Esports Contra.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look at these names out there, Seoul Esports, they did manage to also get a clean sweep up against DTE. So it is going to be a very close call, but you know what? Speaking of calls, I'm pretty sure that you guys can make a whole lot of great calls with Realme.
Of course. MKL supported by official tournament partner Realme Gaming. I would pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, along with long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and empowers player to enjoy not 60, not 90, but 120 FPS in Honor of Kings. It promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. So, if gaming, I would pick Realme 14 series Contra.
Yeah, and you know what? That FPS level is already higher than the ones that I have for my monitors, so absolutely impressive. Thank you so much for Realme for providing all of our players with the best gaming phone out there. So you guys can check out all of that in the Realme stores or even online. So make sure you go ahead and have a close look. Meanwhile, of course, going back into what we are here for, the series at hand. Seoul Esports, I think that they are definitely ramping up, but at a much steadier pace. But looking at the rest of the members of some of these guys coming in for the squad that will be their challengers, they just got hot with a big win. O2 Esports is definitely looking for a win streak for today.
Of course, and let's introduce the both lineups. In Seoul Esports, in the Roma, we have Jun Young. In the Clash lane, Frost. In the jungle, their star player, Gui. And in the mid lane with the mage pick, Ricky. And of course, last but not least, Me Too in the farm lane.
Yeah, it seems like they have recently brought in Me Too in order to supplement some firepower into their marksman role. Meanwhile, O2 Esports, we have seen Kongling as well as some of the members to be able to really hold up pretty firmly in some of the series that's witnessed throughout the week. And taking a look at the head-to-head, I definitely think that O2 has gotten significant booster records coming into what their stats have been like after that massive win yesterday against AG Global.
Of course, and looking at it right now, O2 Esports is definitely rocking a 71% first blood rate. And what would I think? Yesterday, we've seen a 50% first blood rate on DTE Gaming. Today, we're looking at 71% first blood rate on O2 Esports. That is a very high number. That's 70% first bloods out of all games played, even against the top dogs like Blackstreet Esports, Nova Esports, and even AG Global as of yesterday. So definitely a very big statement of a first blood rate, Contra.
Yeah, I definitely do think that they are super proactive in the map, and meanwhile, Seoul Esports, they may not actually show that same level of aggression, but if you give them enough time as well as room to be able to stabilize, they still have pretty much big impact to be put out in the field out there. So look at these two sides, you know, they definitely have very different identities, but they have to back those big points by the end of this run in this best of 3. So it definitely won't matter if they could get that clean 2-0. If it's going to be 2-1, they just want to see how will they actually find that opening lead in order to at least advance ahead of their competition, because right now they're not exactly in the best position overall in the standings.
I definitely agree with you as well. And looking through the top right side, Seoul Esports having a side selection has selected the blue side. Time and time again, we've seen the blue side. Teams have been selecting picks like the Arlie, the Mai Shiranui. And bans recently, the trend has started to shift over to the Pei and the Luna in the banning phase. So Let's check it out real quick in the draft to see both teams on how they really plan out their drafting phase for this pick and ban of the first game of the day.
Well, just like you said, that Luna has got to go. We can see how high of an impact it does bring when it comes down to going for pickoffs as well as playing a very high tempo game with the speed of her clearance in the jungle as well. Meanwhile, O2 Esports responds by taking out Yixing from the hands of Ricky.
Oh yeah, Yixing with the World's Mind board with the fast wave clear, definitely one of the hidden candidates of being one of the most contested mid laners out of the usual bans that we've seen so far. It rocks a very high win rate, about 60% if I'm not mistaken, out of most of their picks. So definitely a good removal from the draft on O2 Esports. And following ban will be Seoul Esports locking out their Diadia. Seems to be preparing for the early pick. And for O2 Esports side, you might wonder, are they looking to ban either of it? Because they will want to open the Mai Shiranui and the early as an exchange for both sides.
Yeah, it's really interesting on how these teams are prioritizing. Now we're already looking at a Zhang Fei ban, which actually means Mai Shiranui is currently open. Will Seoul Esports hope to take it away from O2? Because we've seen Kara going on some of these games and he does look pretty formidable on the Mai Shiranui as well. So it's got to really think, because Ricky have played a couple of games of Mai Shiranui to a certain level of success, but that pay definitely is a huge one where that has often been picked by O2. That tells you that Seoul Esports, they really want to play a high stakes, high tempo game.
Oh, exactly. I do agree with you as well. The pay, high tempo, high stake, a very, very big threat into the side lane during the mid game. And as an answer, O2 Esports locking down some hyper aggression here on the engage on Dharma 4K1 and Mai Shiranui 4K as we've seen so far. Kara has had an amazing game yesterday against AG Global on the Mai Shiranui, so hitting the iron when it's hot, getting that decent pick for themselves when they are ready and boosted.
That's right, and to actually match up to that, they're actually looking to secure themselves Charlotte as well as the land post. So you do have very decent front line as well as forms of engagement coming in from Seoul Esports. While to complete the first phase of the draft, they will secure themselves the early. So moving into the second phase of the bans, we expect to see maybe more party bans onto mages, as well as potentially even some form of support to negate what O2 can actually feel overall.
Oh yeah, looking at the draft real quick, just like you said, O2 Esports targeted the bans onto the mage options, and Seoul Esports returning the favor with their bans on the jungle, limiting Kong Link's tank jungle picks right now. Because O2 Esports side, you have a tri-core right now. There are the Dharma, the Mai Shiranui, the usual picks that you will see in the jungle. And for O2 Esports, locking in their Ogre, a comfort pick definitely for Kong Link to further solidify their team comp with a beefy frontline contra.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty solid so far for the rest of O2 Esports. Perhaps they just really want to conclude it with either a very utilitarian kind of support, or in that sense, you could also go for a beefy frontline. But now that you don't have the Zhang Fei, it's gonna be a little bit hard to navigate around. And also Esports, what are their options right now? As a lot of all these mages have been banned away. That's a 3-ban focus coming from O2 just to target Ricky, and he has to default all the way back to Angela, which I do think that it can still kind of hold up against the Mai Shiranui, at least in the leaning phase.
Indeed it is, and so far we've seen Angela has been a traditional counter pick towards the Ogre due to the high burst. So definitely an interesting pick coming in from the side of Seoul Esports to counteract the Ogre that has been locked in by O2 Esports. So the final ban, Sunbin being locked in on the side of O2 Esports, really fully utilizing the push potential with Sunbin's speed boost and looking for these amazing engages onto the backline of Seoul Esports here. So definitely both teams drafting a very solid team comp. And what are your thoughts on these two team comps?
Yeah, look at O2 Esports. It definitely looks pretty daunting on their capabilities of racing in for any form of dive catches where they could just go in and out. But when it comes down to how they execute it, I definitely want to pay attention, because there's just huge, massive combos that actually could come right through from the side of Seoul Esports with high damage output potential overall.
Oh, exactly. So Seoul Esports here, the draft looks to play much more towards the side lane, utilizing Marco Polo and the Charlotte in the side lane and pairing up with the pace high tempo. So O2 Esports here, they're definitely utilizing this Sunbin's time flux into setting up these amazing engages, utilizing the healing that they get back from time flux. So without further ado, let's hop right into game 1 between Seoul Esports and O2.
There we go, already beginning with a lane swap, sending the Charlotte over onto the farm lane, and that will be matched with the Mai Shiranui, which I think it's going to be pretty decent, where she could just use the Kachosen to slowly deal with the minion wave, so it's not too problematic after all. We're looking at aggression coming in from the side of O2 in order to secure the Armor-Tail Beast instead, while they do quite a chunk towards Ricky.
Ricky here not really careful with his rotations here, but a little brawl coming into the top side to really swap back the lanes right here. So early against Marco Polo, not a favorable matchup for the Marco Polo here. So X1 here using the frenzy to force away the Marco Polo, but the trade is getting kind of indecent for the side of X1, so they back off.
Yeah, they're being very respectful of that, where they don't really want to pop some of all these early spells, as they will be able to at least hold firm for the meantime. Whereas O2 Esports, they're definitely playing up to the pacing, where you just really want to ensure that Goi gets a lot of goal funneling over on mid, where it's just a little bit tough of a tussle right now to get that priority up against Kongling.
Kongling here putting on pressure onto Gui, securing this mid lane River Strike to further buff up his lead. So both teams here, O2 Esports want to look for these big engages with K1, with Care on the Mai Shiranui, on the Dharma Burst. Small fight coming in top side, and nothing too crazy going on. But yeah, definitely as we speak just now, O2 Esports, you want these crazy engages with Sunbin's time flux to buff up the speed, move in fast, and SE here, Seoul Esports here, want to play the side lane with the Charlotte, with the Marco Polo, with the assistance of Gui's Pei.
Yeah, it's just lovely rotation so far coming out of these members of O2 Esports. Well, so they're just going to be looking to ramp up steadily. They don't really have to pull up anything too cheeky at the moment, where it definitely does require a level of execution for you to time whether Blazing Brilliance alongside with the ult coming in from the Marco Polo, right? So I guess they really have to find some of all these one-angle plays. Whether if it's going to be upon objectives like the Tyrant or even the Overlord, that should be their go-to form of engagement when they really want to commit.
Talk about commitment right here. Kongli once again commits to the mid lane River Sprite, securing most of the neutral objectives here in the early game. So props to Kongling for controlling this pace and securing themselves a comfortable almost 1,000 goal lead on the side of O2 Esports here prior to the Tyrant contra.
Yeah, overall they've definitely been very proactive, getting themselves some of all these river sprites in great control. So O2 is just slowly building some of all these leads in order to just come up ahead, getting those items up on time. It's going to be lovely while they go in with the Chohisatsu, knocking him back, and Kongling's going to be able to secure the first one. Looking for Ricky, he has to flash away, and he will march into safety, but that was beautiful execution from O2 Esports.
O2 Esports here care with the Mai Shiranui that freshly got them a victory from yesterday, making such a beautiful engage, setting up Kongling's all-ground for success. Immediately, Gui gets executed by the serious state of Kongling's all-ground, so definitely a very well played here in the early game, and they're looking to invest their time by countering this wrap-up. Oh, engage coming in.
Meanwhile, diving all the way down bottom, and just like that, the leads Frost out of the equation, despite having that flash online.
And furthermore, they're trying to pop into this wrap-up.
Going for a deep dive as they will secure another one for Kongling. He also does manage to steal away the Crimson Golem at the very same time, looking for a little bit of a tussle, diving right through the turret. So they're just waiting for the minion wave to crash, holding down the Me Too, jumping right in as they will go out for the hunt. We'll be able to have just enough space to survive, but Kongling gets even more as he is on a killing spree.
In a span of 1 minute, O2 Esports push out their gold lead, push out their advantage, takes a catch in the mid lane, further pushes it into an invade on the bot side, catching the Charlotte off guard, takes the Crimson Golem and the mid tower. With that 1 minute, they push their gold lead almost to a 4,000 into the early game contra.
Yeah, the timing was impeccable. They just had that wide rotation, goes in, secures the Crimson, gets a couple of kills, and then they do notice that mid wave was pretty much approaching over onto the turret already, so they definitely look to go in for a dive, knowing for the fact that there isn't much of a resistance from Seoul Esports.
Not much resistance indeed, and currently looking at the healthy 3,000 goal lead at 5 minutes into the game. Tyrant still not touched or started yet by both teams at O2 Esports here, giving the RD such a nice and comfortable farming space here, and bot lane having a small engage here, and both teams looking to protect and attack the Crimson Golem of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, it seems like they have to burn the Chohisatsu just to try to get out of that situation. Don't really want to overcommit up against this pay that can usually come up pretty huge on some of these duels. That's a really brittle tier 1 turret down bottom, as they're already garnering another Crimson in the back for this Ogren.
Yeah, and another Crimson leads to another tower into the bot lane, and we might see another objective being secured on the side of O2 Esports. But hold on, they're moving slowly into the blue side, the Azure Golem of Seoul Esports here. They're not letting any time, any space for Seoul Esports Great Farmer into being this mid-game carry. They're taking the early game into their total control right now, Contra.
Yeah, it really feels like Seoul Esports has got no response right now. All they really do is to sit back and hope to at least funnel a little bit more goal right out there. But Koling is going in with a Conductor of Souls. He does not care whether he will put his body on the line. Meanwhile, Fever Barrage on respawn while there is a flank going on coming from the side of Frost. Meanwhile, the dive comes in. Care with a huge Kachosin, follow up with the Chohisatsu to shove them all back. That's 3 members for 1. O2 dominates.
O2 dominates indeed with the real me play. That was amazing setup coming from O2 Esports, punishing Seoul Esports for not recognizing that O2 has such a large lead into the early to mid game. So they were so close in taking down Kongling's Ogre, but Kongling and White really clutching with the double shields. The roamer item on White, Kongling's Blood Rage securing Kongling yet another day to live, even though he was so aggressive towards the fight.
Yeah, it really felt like he had that full confidence to just run right through the course, right? Opens up the passage and just move directly to be up front. Once again, they're going for even more. This Kongling is just a menace overall, as they might have to give this Crimson goal away, and yes, they do. Jin Young has to back away. Meanwhile, the dive comes in from Care, and he does not care at all. He'll secure a rampage for Kongling, as they will just shove the rest of Seoul Esports back into their base.
Man, Care with his Maestro Nui here, making sure that he puts value onto the board, engage after engage, Kachosens after Kachosens to take down the health box on the side of Seoul Esports here. And it's only 8 minutes, and O2 Esports is already knocking on the inhibitors of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, they're just opening up the Conductor Souls just to create enough space to secure themselves that inhibitor mid turret overall, and it really felt like the rest of O2 Esports, they don't really need these Tyrants. They've already got this snowball. It's 10k within the span of 8 minutes, which is absolutely absurd.
And yeah, they just started to take their first Tyrant off the game at 8 minutes 30 seconds mark. So right now, O2 Esports here pushing up strong at the top side. Engage comes in.
Whoa, Truth Mantra to the wall, as that Angela sees pretty much stars overall. Only one pick up, but that's just about enough for them to secure another turret up top.
O2 Esports here's Contra, definitely playing such a beautiful game of Honor of Kings in Heroes Gorge, making sure the macro rotations are definitely on point here. And through the snowball here, who in the side of Seoul Esports, you can take down Kongling on this super beefy Ogren? There's no way.
There's just no way at all. All it really takes is for Ricky, Jin Young to work together, get a massive stun on board, and then funnel every resources in order to take down Kongling. But you gotta ask whether if that's gonna be worth it, because there's still K1, there's still Care, and every time Care moves in, that Ru engine connects very perfectly to at least get multiple targets. So that is definitely gonna be super worrisome. Now Jin Young hoping to at least defend with the wrath of O2 emerging from the side lanes, hoping to secure themselves a turret, which will be done pretty much at ease. So all they really got to do now, create a little bit of that space. The Kongling's moving right in, moving for the dive as the Conductor of Souls being popped right through. Jin Young tries to hold firm, but it is from the side. Care moves out there with the Chohisatsu, landing the killing blow onto Jin Young. And this might just be done and dusted with the waves marching through. Ricky gets blown up to smithereens as they take Game 1 in a convincing fashion.
Convincing fashion indeed from the side of O2 Esports here. Ending the game barely at 10 minutes, just sending a message to Seoul Esports. We are not the team that you've seen so far in Week 1 and Week 2 MKL. After the victory we got against AG Global, we are reborn and we are making a statement on Heroes Gorge. What a beautiful showcase come in from our team, O2 Esports.
Yeah, overall, I don't know what O2 had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner from the day before, because they are just on a roll and they just tore apart Seoul Esports from, I would say, minute 3 onwards, where at first it looked steady, right? There wasn't any contest on either Tyrants or so, but that momentum swing came from that invade over onto that Crimson, and all hell just broke loose. It really felt like Seoul Esports, they didn't really have any form of avenue to even pull some aggressive moves onto O2.
Oh yeah, definitely, I do agree. So O2 Esports playing a slow, methodical style that BSE showcased yesterday. So they play around the objectives. They got a kill into the mid lane due to the mid River Sprite, immediately forcing a flash out of Ricky, rotating themselves over to the Crimson Golem, catching D Charlotte Frost off guard, immediately taking the Crimson Golem, rotating back to mid lane on the 4th minute mark where turret defense has already dropped, securing that mid tower and securing themselves a 4,000 gold lead early towards the series.
That's a perfect sequencing. Like, we could just remember it clear as day, because it wasn't taking too long in this matchup for them to keep it under wraps. But overall, Care on this Mai Shiranui paired with Kong Ling, they're just a devastating duo overall on how well they've been able to impact across the map, where every time this Kong Ling moves in, he can just go at ease, because he would expect a follow-up coming from either Care or even K1. So that was just absolute perfection that we've seen, unlike any other matches that came out from the side of O2 Esports.
O2 Esports here definitely showing us a statement of Game 1. Especially, I want to point out that O2 Esports snowballing, right? And you have White on the Time Flux. Even if you put so much damage on the Kong Ling on the first rotation, being so behind as Seoul Esports, you can't really take down Kong Ling in one full burst. He has the shields from Blood Rage, from the Sunbin, the heal from the Sunbin, and most importantly, Time Flux rewinds your HP back to 3 seconds ago. And he's immediately healed back to 3 seconds ago's health. So how can you deal with such a beefy tank with so much shield, with so much resource funneled to him? And immediately, Seoul Esports here, invade after invade. They can't really do a thing to stop this snowball from happening on towards them.
Absolutely, and Seoul Esports, they were pretty much bled to dry out without all too much of these resources to even get majority of all these anti-heal items up online, if we were to actually look into maybe some of all these item as well as equipment that's been picked up. So it definitely was a very daunting game, especially not really having too much of the impact of follow-up coming from Frost, which we understood because he got picked off while he was inside the jungle, and after that you still need some of all these power spike coming in from the equipments to have the Charlotte or even the pay to come up online. So good job on O2 Esports, basically shutting them down completely.
Yeah, shutting them down completely is definitely the name of the game from O2 Esports. Just look at the goal graph. The first 3 minutes, we see a smooth sailing, pretty equal game from both sides. The minute it hits 4 minutes, everything just tumbled for the side of Seoul Esports. The graph just slanted, an avalanche towards the side of O2 Esports. Engage after engage, invades after invades on the Azure Golem, on the Crimson Golem. Immediately, fights breaks off. O2 Esports snowballs to a 10,000 gold lead to close off the game, Contra.
Yeah, overall, it's just perfect sequencing on what their priorities are, right? Over on to the invades, the pickoffs were perfectly timed well from the side of Care as well as Kong Ling in order to allow that massive rollover from that mid takedown. So that being said, Seoul Esports, when they picked up that pay, they were hoping to find a similar rhythm of tempo, but they kind of have to match that in the form of how they actually rotate across the map as well in order to at least keep up to speed of O2 Esports. So perhaps in the draft itself, it is also pretty difficult, but the star of the show, the real MVP, has to be O2's very own Kong Ling.
O2's Kongling snagging the MVP with a KDA of 5-0 and 8. A damage as a tank with 28%, and look at the damage taken. 37% damage taken without a single death contra, and rocking a total goal of 23%. This man, engage after engages, standing in front with the path of passing, just making sure that, hey, you want to go through my carries, I'm gonna be in front, and you gotta put everything on me, and I will go through it alive. And there we go. Realme's MVP definitely belongs to O2 Kongling onto the Ogren.
If he keeps getting these kind of performances, I undoubtedly think that he could very well land himself to be one of the best junglers in this entire circuit. Let's take a look at some of the highlight plays as we first saw that first blood happening over mid, and then this whole sequence just erupts where they get that pick off onto Frost, get that Crimson Golem, and everything just went in the back while they also secured that T1 turret.
Securing that T1 turret after this fight was definitely detrimental on the side of Seoul Esports. Just look at this. O2 Kongling blocking in front, utilizing the Blood Rage and escaping with a sliver of health with the time flux. And things just go south for the side of Seoul Esports here. You lose the mid turret, you lose the top fight, and then it's just snowball after snowball, picks after picks from O2 Care and Kongling, and then you lose the game at 10-minute mark.
Yeah, it really felt like the moment that they lost the control over the jungle, they couldn't really do much more in this matchup. They can't even afford to step out of their base for most parts, so Seoul Esports gotta do a lot of soul searching, no pun intended.
Soul searching indeed that they do have to do to find out the banner picks and the macro rotations required to really tackle the upcoming game. So now, let's talk about Game 2 expectations, right? Game 1 was really a snowball coming in from O2's side. Really just slow, methodical plays, really just pushing to whatever they can to end and snowball, right? For Game 2, if you're Seoul Esports, right? Realistically, if you want to default back to Gui onto the carries, right? You have to secure a really good tempo, a really good early game where you don't get punished so hard on the side of Gui. So definitely, they have to think a bit on their ban pick here.
Yeah, they definitely have to put a little bit more focus in order to at least maybe get a prior for mid if you don't really have the prior for the jungle at the very least, right? So we could definitely see that O2, they were just thinning out a lot of all these safety net where you have Yixing and a few other noble mages to be eliminated from being picked up. So with Angela, I think like it maybe, as much as she packs a punch with all the damage output that she has, it isn't the most mobile, so it's been pretty easy to catch. And that was the modus operandi for O2. They were looking for the catch overall. So you gotta find a way to at least remain to be safe if they want to have a steady pace into the second match of the series.
And O2 Esports here, talking about steady pace, bans out the Dharma, the Maestro that they have used in Game 1. So they found success with this hero draft, immediately removing it from the pool as a respect ban, as a respect towards the meta right now. And so Esports here, knowing that the pay pick is one of Kongling's most successful picks so far in their victory, so immediately removing it alongside with the Dolia, that allows with the Celestial Melody to refresh any spells for his teammates. So right now, O2 Esports here, you have the Long, you have the Zhang Fei. What are you looking to first pick here? Is it the Yu Huan? Is it the Long? Is it a Zhang Fei?
It could very well be the Zhang Fei as well, but usually, more often than not, you probably will consider, okay, if I take the Zhang Fei, I'm actually giving away some of all these other core picks, which you just prior mentioned. So now, Seoul Esports at least find themselves with a little bit more of that reprieve where they could also secure perhaps a Dia in return. They haven't really played that early, so it is being left out available. So this is going to be a solid combination coming from Seoul Esports.
Solid combination indeed from the side of Seoul Esports here, locking in the early for Me2 and Dia for Junyong. This is a combo that explains super high risk and high reward. You have the healing, you have the lane domination on the side of Arlie and Dia, but time after time and time again, we've seen the Arlie being picked by lower tier teams, the bot 4 teams, but they failed to let Arlie scale into a 4th minute mark with the Doomsday, with the Crimson Golem. Now, I want to see here, Seoul Esports, you have to give this formula. Make sure that your Arlie scales to the 4th minute mark, gets the Doomsday, takes over the side lane with the Crimson Golem here. So Seoul Esports here, if you want to get back to the series here, that's what you need to do on this game.
That's right. There's definitely a whole lot of pressure right now. They got to find something to also match up to this Mayin over on the Clash lane, and typically the answer has to be a Byron. So a good note coming in from the side of Seoul Esports to have at least a firm grip onto their Clash laner, but also to take precaution that they might even pull off the lane swap, which we have seen a couple of all these teams to be able to outman that Clash lane, just putting a lot more pressure on this Baron so that he does not get to get all these gold to be funneled against him. So moving into the second phase, that's going to be a ban onto Dune as well as Luna. A lot of all these junglers are going to be limited off the list.
Limited off the list indeed, as Seoul Esports bans out the Dune and the Lula, as you mentioned. So both teams here, as you mentioned, looks to play towards their marksman. So Lady Sun and Zhang Fei here, as you said, maybe they'll swap towards the Clash lane to counteract the Biron versus Mayin matchup, making sure that they have at least one winning lane on the side of O2 Esports. So on the side of Seoul Esports here, you might want to utilize the early Dia onto the mid lane to really open up the map, to really secure these river sprites, these neutral objectives on the side lane. So right now, both teams, Seoul Esports bans off the Agudo.
Yes. What else is actually left on the pool where they have yet to pick up yet? Also keep in mind, I mean, O2 has played a couple of games of Jing, and that is still being left on the table, despite it not being a tank after all. I think that at the current rate of tempo that O2 Esports is playing, perhaps they are confident enough to secure it. So Esports, we have not seen them play Jing whatsoever, so that could be pretty much scratch, as they probably would look to secure themselves a tank jungler. Ogren being banned away though, so what's realistic here for Seoul Esports?
Realistic here for Seoul Esports here, as you mentioned, Ogran being banned away due to the fact that they have already used it in Game 1 just now. On the side of Seoul Esports here, you may take away the Ogran, you may take away some of these tank jungles here, but Seoul Esports here refusing to reveal their jungle pick yet, as shows us the one of the best picks in mid lane, which is the Yi Sing. And O2 Esports here responds with a Lady Zhen and the Fade into the jungle contra.
Okay, they're sticking to their high tempo kind of gameplay, and you still have pretty much Lady Zhen to be able to form catches with her entire kit as well. So it's not going to be easy to actually catch her. So with that said, I think the only reliable tank jungler left that has been picked a whole lot in the MKL has got to be Menki. So at least they got that going for them. Now, this is pretty much a whole lot more of a priority to protect this early, but getting it activated is going to be the core of what Seoul Esports wants to achieve. Are they going to be able to do so, especially now you have a Fade to just try to hunt out that early?
Fade trying to hunt out their early is definitely one on the bucket list on the side of Seoul Esports here. And we look at both teams' drops here. Mayin onto K1 and Lady Sun onto X1. So these two are definitely the main core carries on the side of O2 Esports. Whereas Seoul Esports here, you want the early, as I mentioned, to really scale towards the 4th minute mark, get that Doomsday, take over the Crimson Golem, the red side of Seoul Esports, and really put pressure onto the side lane of O2 Esports here. But realistically speaking, that would take really a lot of skills here. But let's check it out in Game 2 between O2 Esports and Seoul Esports Contra.
Yep, and here we go, as we do have the beautiful skin on Chair. He was one of the stars of the show, other than Kong Ling, of course, securing that MVP run. So O2 Esports, I think that they will stick to their usual tempo, looking for those early invasive mid matches, secure pretty much the floors already. So looking at the rest of Seoul Esports, they kind of need to match that, but I'm not really seeing that clearly.
Not seeing that clearing as well, because O2 Esports here, with that 2 camps, with that River Sprite and the board, really securing themselves a very healthy early game on the side of X1. So, realistically speaking here, there's no one at the side of bottom lane to really clear out the waves, because O2's care is really just playing this 2v1 on the side of top lane for his Clash lane here. So, Me Too on the early, Junyoung on together, gets a free lane for themselves.
Yeah, lovely rotation after all. Meanwhile, Frost getting pretty much punched over onto his gut. Well, you just have to wait for the waves to crash. Now, look at the current tempo that O2 is currently going at. X1, he is being vulnerable with plenty of all these resources, where it's not going to be an easy dive onto this early with the protection coming from the Dia yet. So perhaps they're looking for an avenue up mid. There is a little bit more tussle going on that, but Yin hops on board, and Ricky almost falling flat, but he does have the passive of maintaining himself pretty much healthy overall.
Ricky here getting caught up by Conley, almost dropping the end fight, goes through bot lane in the 2v2 situation.
Wow, huge catch right out there. White calling the shots in order to secure first blood for O2X1.
O2X1 here really just showing them who is the real boss on the side of Farming here. Really punishing Me2 for playing these 2v2 really not up to par with side of their team comp. So this is what I'm talking about. If Me2 plays this early and he fumbles in the early game, it's not gonna be good for the game plan of Seoul Esports to make this early a strong side lane, a strong contender with the Doomsday in the 4th minute mark contra.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be pretty tough from this point onwards. So Esports gotta give a little bit more of that prior over onto this early, while they're also looking to steal away the Armatil Beast. Ricky's gonna be on the sideline, so he does have the board online. He will be able to snatch that away before it goes towards the hands of O2. So decent recovery at the very least. It is still not going to be too concerning as of yet, but here comes Outburst over onto the corners as Me2 gets bursted down. The board drops right in, locking X1 in place as they will commit once again on top of Ricky. And just like that, Care secures both the kills, walks away with the perfect double.
Perfect double on the side of O2's Care. Perfect roam to set up X1 and White for the perfect engage. White with the Unbridled Outburst immediately. O2 Care follows with the perfect combo, sealing any form of exit for Me2 and Junyoung. Beautiful play coming in for O2 Care, even though he's on an immobile mage.
That's right, and he just timed that destructive lelouch so well, having that full combo unleash upon them right underneath their turret. That's definitely going to be hurting them in their sleep. Even so, Voice is going to be shoving them a little bit, where the rest of O2 currently holding firm in order to secure some of their pressure back to the river while they go in for a dive. The board locks Kongling in place just to secure the escape for Seoul Esports to back away.
Seoul Esports backs away, but lots of cooldowns here. Oh, Junyoung here going low.
Oh, wow. They recommit once again, and they find, they double once again. All of that gold now in the back pockets of O2 Esports, taking down the turret at the 4-minute mark. It seems like there's just not much that Seoul Esports can do about this tyrant.
So Esports here is Farming and Roman getting absolutely annihilated off the map. Engage after engage is primarily Unbridled Outburst after Unbridled Outburst, catching their laners off guard, securing the bottom tower, securing the tyrant for the team, and it's only 4 minutes, but Seoul Esports here bleeding out in the 2,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, it's just so clean. All the plays made by White to keep his teammates alive. And here comes Kongling moving for a dive. And Me2 does not get to escape. They got locked inside of the board though, while Gui tries to jump right through. He gets blocked by White, as this is a Zhangfei that's been the brick wall in the eyes of Seoul Esports.
Seoul Esports repeating their success on game 2, targeting the marksman on the side of Seoul Esports here. And right now, they have started their snowball. They have already attained the Azure Golem on the side of Seoul Esports here. They are looking to really repeat their success. Buff, tower, buff, and really just snowball their success into a victory.
True enough, O2 right now is pretty much unchecked while the rest of these members are moving right in. Kongling skilling through the walls now, hoping to catch out Frost. Just about enough damage for him to retreat all the way back into the base. And take a look at that. Top side, they already have the waves crashing right in. So all the tier 1 has already diminished within the span of 5 minutes.
5 minutes, I can't imagine indeed, but O2 Esports is showing us dominant game where the only tower of tier 1 is only the mid lane, and that is going to be their second phase of attack. And tier 2 in the clash lane goes down as well. Barely goes down, and the Prime goes through mid.
Wow, in the blink of an eye, he gets shut down once again. There's just no impact from his early. There's no safe space for him to even pop out, and Ricky forced the blast away as he does not have his passive, and the Bridal Outburst managing to secure them at the very same time. Seoul Esports, they don't even get to play the game at all. It's been the perfect 10-0 streak for O2 Esports.
And what a real me play coming in from O2's K1, getting that big knockup into Ricky and Junior. Just as you thought they escape, bam! K1 comes with the flank, securing 2 more kills on the side of O2 Esports here. And looking at the goal graph and the situation of things that happen, it's definitely a repeat of game 1 that we've seen so far in a much cleaner state.
Yeah, and we thought that game 1 was perfect. This is even better. Looking for more, it is K1 hopping on board, hoping to connect that stun or knock up over onto the cross, while Kungling managed to get a little bit more of that vision control over onto their side of the jungle. This Mankey had to force a vertical jungle just in order to at least secure some camps as he steals away that Azure from the other side, but he's not going to have that impact to defend the base at the moment.
Man, 7 minutes in, most of the tier 2s are down for the side of Seoul Esports here. That's a lot of pressure for the side of Seoul Esports here. Gui salvaging what he can in the silent into the side jungles of O2 Esports here. So the only one that you can bank on so far is Gui onto the Monkey. But Monkey, you're just a lone tank that's roaming at the top side of O2 Esports here. And O2 Esports here quickly collapsing towards the top side.
Here comes X1 as well. As much as he's a tank, can he withstand the wrap? Here comes the Dream Roam trying to escape, and followed by Frost that joins right in. It's too little too late as Kongling goes on the rampage, but can he at least shut down Kongling as he once again be a nuisance scaling through the walls looking for that double at the very same time, and he has got no business even trying to assist his fallen teammate. Well, Ricky is the next one on the chopping block. O2 making it a clean sweep so far.
Clean sweep, 13-0 so far in 8 minutes of the game between O2 Esports and Seoul Esports Game 2, which is the deciding game of the series here. And so far, if you're a fan of Seoul Esports, you gotta think, what realistically Seoul Esports can do to really salvage what they can.
It is a little too far gone if you ask me. If there's going to be any form of mistake, they could capitalize. K1 just dives all the way to the back. He's not fleeing from that. He's actually entering into the fight just without a care. And just like that, O2 Esports, they just walk all over Seoul Esports, and I'm not sure Seoul Esports, this might just be too far gone.
This is too far gone indeed, and so far we've seen almost a 10k goal lead again at 9 minutes mark, and they are looking to march right into the base to quickly end the game. But is that really the case? Because the Mayan has retreated towards the base, and they might set up the Overlord to actually end off the game, Contra.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy on how they don't really have to even form priority onto the Tyrant or even the Overlord, because all the tempo that they build up is just to, of course, deny any form of resources coming from the side of Seoul Esports, securing all that space so that they could just claim whatever that's pretty much left in the map and leave nothing in return for Seoul Esports.
Okay, here.
Going on to Frost, and he's not tanky enough. Quickly as it goes, Conley will once again secure another kill in his pocket. It's already 6 on this fade. Well, something's happening up top. That board does not connect, so they will just call for truce for now.
That hardest seal Jade on the side of Conley is really looking to seal the fate on the side of Seoul Esports here. And O2 Esports here, starting both objectives, getting the Vanguard, getting the Tyrant, looking for these 2 objectives, and to end the game below 12 minutes when the Shadow Vanguard marches through the base of Seoul Esports here. And if you're a fan of Seoul, I gotta say, things are looking really, really, really tough for them to really salvage any possibility to come back to the game.
Yep, it's been past the mark where the rest of O2 Esports is just out of control. 10k goal lit at the moment with all these waves crashing right in. O2 looking for the angle, flashes right in, coming from Kongling as he dives all the way back, hunting out for Ricky. It's a double secure furnace out of K1 as this Mayin is just kicking them off of this map. Just like that, O2 goes in for the clean 2-0 record with a record total of 20 kills to 1.
20 kills to 1. That was an absolute domination of a match coming in from O2 Esports, demolishing any hope Seoul Esports has towards the series against them, and that is a clean 2-0 for O2. O2 given to SE.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with this. where we can sing praises for the side of O2 Esports all day because of how cleanly they play mechanically and also on how well they play on the macro spectrum at the very same time. Every single objective, all taken, but majority of the case is their initiation and what they do next. It's just snowballing the rest of these members of O2 to the point that there's just not going to be much that Seoul Esports can even form up with in order to respond.
They really couldn't respond at all because we've seen time and time again, care on the Mashiranui, care on the Lady Zen. Even though Lady Zen has so little mobility, he was just making plays after plays towards the bot lane, towards the farm lane off the side of Seoul Esports here. We have discussed many times that Seoul Esports required Me Too to hit that Doomsday at the 4th minute mark, but before the 4th minute mark, he has already been crushed 2 times in a row by the side of O2 Esports here, Contra.
Yeah, Me Too, just struggling throughout this run so far. That's a 0-7 on the early where as much as she has mobility in her kit, when you have a Fate jumping at you, he could just easily sift through wherever you're going to be repositioning yourself. So it definitely was devastating on what they've been soaking so far. Even with a Diada to try to protect, it really felt like there is not much of a chance for them to even recover, even despite Ricky and a couple of maneuvers trying to at least protect their bottom laners. It led up to all 3 of them getting obliterated at the very same time. So, of course, kudos to Kongling and Kara. This dynamic duo has been wrecking havoc for 2 straight games, and you expect more coming in from them when O2 gets to play again.
O2 definitely play a masterclass of a game, showing that their caliber and Seoul Esports is definitely not on the same level. So just now we saw a cheeky little buy coming from White, trying to buy the Pure Sky before the end of the game as a Zamkme. So really interesting buy so far. But let's look at the stats real quick on both teams. So on the side of Guiyue, he tanked a 72k damage for himself for Seoul Esports here. But yet again, there's no realistic damage output coming inside of Me Too, Ricky, or Frost to really follow up with the Dream Roam here. And O2 Esports repeating their success from last game, buff after buff, tower after tower, just really snowballing their opportunity from the lane that they want onto the farm lane.
Yeah, overall, I think that it's not really a matter of draft error, right, for the side of Seoul Esports. It's more of what they do in the map where they just couldn't really find a way to not only protect some of all these camps from being stolen away, but at the very same time, I think like the rotations are not as smooth as compared to O2 Esports, and therefore they just slowly bled out. And eventually, when there's moments where you give opportunities for O2 to go for dive, they take that with a wide smile on their face.
Wide smile on their face just justifies O2 Esports' slow but steady lead towards the 10k gold lead at 10 minutes. So if you look at this gold lead, things are very easy to explain. Out of this series, we don't really see O2 Esports here putting priority onto the Tyrant. It's actually just before the Tyrant, O2 Esports has already demolished the side of farm lane of Me Too. So they realistically just take off one side, bully them off the map, invade buff after buff, putting all these resources onto Kongling, putting these resources onto K1, X1, and then they snowball into a 10k victory.
Yeah, it was just a sight to behold.
The man.
And once again, your real me MVP is none other than Kongling. 2 games in a row so far, looking extra clean today. 0 deaths throughout the series, by the way, for both games. And he's been dishing out just as much as he's taking those damage.
Taking those damage indeed, 28% at the damage department and 28% in the damage taken department. So with a rocking a KDA of 8, 0, and 7 here. Definitely one of the key players to look out for when other teams look to analyze or to fight against O2 Esports here. Back-to-back MVP so far from O2's Kongling. Very good gameplay coming in from their game against AG yesterday and today. They bring that momentum into this series against Seoul Esports here. Definitely not an O2 Esports that we've seen during week 1 or week 2. What a masterclass of a performance as showcasing so far in week 3.
Nothing seems to stop them at all. Kongling, you saw how many bans were onto those jungle picks, and yet he found this fade to be extremely effective where he just runs rampant into the enemy jungle, and there's just no trial whatsoever as we saw dives after dives after dives. And I think this was the one of the most beautiful one coming from K1 with the firm knockup in order to just obliterate the rest of Seoul Esports.
Obliterated indeed. And look at Frost here, just being called out on the side of X1 and K1. Just leaving no room of error coming in from O2 to really drop any form of engage. And look at that, exploit weakness coming in, kickback and immediately escapes. What a performance coming from K1 as well. Everybody on O2 Esports really putting on a good show today. So O2's White, one of the core members as well, getting unbridled outbursts onto multiple members on the side of O2 Esports to seal the fate, pardon seal Jade, onto the crystal of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, look at how they actually dove in for that last hoorah onto the base. Just tells you that they have definitely rejuvenated from some of all these early losses that they had back in week 1. Week 2, they came back stronger, and I think that we are starting to see the true form of O2 Esports here in week 3, and it could only get better from here on.
Getting better from now on, we'll definitely have to see their performance against one of the giants, BSC and Nova, and maybe even Team Secret. But definitely, props to them, applause to them for really showing up today against their opponents, which is Seoul Esports, and yesterday against ENG Global with such an upset. But talking about that, we have a banger of a series coming up, which is DTE Gaming against Team Secret after this, Contra.
That's right, DTE, they're definitely having a little bit of a shaky run, as they also have been able to shut down some of the Titans over on top 4. Now they're looking to break it all up if they can get another win in the bag up against Team Secret. Team Secret is there any form of chance that they could still hold firm? Because up against some of all the top dogs out there, they haven't shown too much of a promising sign, but it is still Team Secret after all, where you have some really formidable players on their side. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes onto both parties on who's going to be able to come up ahead on that series. So that being said, you guys don't want to miss all that action, as we will be giving them a little bit more time to prepare. But Sagi, I know this is a high-stakes game. What's your thoughts before we go on the break?
Before we go on to the break, I just want to say Team Secret will be the gatekeepers, to really stop DTE Gaming from further challenging the equilibrium of the top 4. And from time and time again, we have mentioned so far, DTE Gaming is crowned as the underdogs of the tournament. So can they make an upset like what O2 Esports did against ENG Global yesterday? We really want to find out, and it will be an interesting of a game if they do so. So without further ado, we will really need to go on to a break real quick. But after the break, we will see a banger of a series between Team Secret and DTE Gaming. So don't go anywhere, and see you later.
John, why you leave me? Look into my eyes. Tell me why, baby, why? Why?
Hey John, your last time you were damn right.
It's true, but I left for results. Team Secret, pastikan korang points cukup sebelum lawan kita. Kalau you lawan kita, you akan kalah.
DTE Gaming， 如果遇到我们的话，就准备被我们当热手的对手吧。
来吧，马可达利的教学。来个摇。
这个队伍，
多打。
我之前都没有听到过，后续祝你们好运吧。
你们起哄完了？他们在那边化妆。诺，听说你们刚刚得了一个世界冠军。
Very strong. They were going to be the champions, or at least the top contender. But Nongshim, the champion, wasn't synonymous.
但是对我们来说，你只是我们的carry菜。诺吧。
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu.
lives are so complicated.
Only the weak worry about humiliation.
Enemy has been slain.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Your little business isn't worth my time. I smirk at people's greedy nature, for the fleeting fortune shall be their dark future. Hey! handfuls of gold. Light as willow blossoms. Golden strike. Dressed with dignity, moving with grace. Elegant as a soaring swan. The human heart is unpredictable. Even the righteous can be untrustworthy.
Welcome to Honor of Kings, the update with the most perks ever. A great battle is about to begin in the new season. All alone? Yeah. New mode, platform bounce, quick join team fight.
You know I'm ready to feast, out of the belly at least, I'm ready to eat. They wanna bury the beast, but did it nefariously. I'm back active, grab action, leg work and some back spash. Not me, but I'm back spazzing. Good now, but you wanna be great? Show me, ain't nothing left that I came to say. Show me. Show me.
Is High Five dead?
Hey, welcome ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MKL Spring Season 2025. And with my co-caster, I have none other than Contra. How you feeling, buddy?
Well, I'm feeling fantastic. I mean, what a way to start off the series with a high-tempo matchup where O2 absolutely delivered a banger run with a 2-0 win. Now, we're here for the highlight match evening. It's DTE, it's Team Secret. Somebody's gonna climb all the way up and somebody has to falter within that ratio of the top four. So this is a scary afterthought because right now, this is where we want to see which team really is the better team after all.
Better team after all, based on standings, will be Team Secret as of current, but definitely DTE Gaming has been crowned the underdogs from time to time. Week 1, we've seen them take a game and almost 2 games against All Gamers Global. So right now, if you're a fan of DTE Gaming here, you're definitely as the challengers looking to challenge the top 4 spot against Team Secret. And as Team Secret fans, you're looking at an angle where Team Secret are the gatekeepers, stopping any of the bot 4 teams from advancing further than top 5.
That's right, and overall, you know, when we take a look at Team Secret, despite that roster overhaul that they did have prior to beginning on their run here in the MKL, I still think that they're looking rather steady, but when we go head-to-head, I think we're definitely going to fixate our eyes on what happens on that clash lane as we got CM from the side of DTE to match up against Schwinn. CC, Hao, Zunzun, as well as BB so far have got some really strong dynamics to hold DTE together, where they've been able to overwhelm even the likes of AG Global, while Team Secret, of course, you guys know the superstars, well, they added even more firepower coming in with Gusing and Nono as their roamer in this party.
So before that, let's check out the Clash Lane feature matchup, which is CM against Xuan. Their head-to-head being the average KDA over to Xuan, but the damage tank per minute over to CM. But I want to point out, let's not talk about stats real quick, but Xuan, freshly out of a back-to-back MVP yesterday on the way in and on the new debut pick onto the Lubu, absolutely demolishing O2 Esports from any hope. So definitely, Xuan here coming in today looking to put a statement on who is one of the best Clash lanes on the MKL.
Yeah, it was so close, neck to neck. As we take a look at the records, maybe just a little bit more flourishing on the side of the KDA as well as the goal per minute department. But for what it's worth, you look at VTE, he's got a wider hero pool so far being displayed. So who knows, maybe CM wants to actually steal that Lubu away from the hands of Shred. It might just be something that's pretty interesting to watch, right? So it's definitely gonna be a tough task for some of these guys to put their teams up ahead, but if there's any heroes, it definitely would be either or.
Either or indeed, as both teams relying on the Clash lane to set up most of their plays. So on the side of Shred, yes, he did go for a back-to-back MVP back yesterday, but you gotta give props to CM as well, because he was named the clutch man by Sir Cloud in one of the series where he really clutched it against O2 Esports back then. So really, we're looking at both teams, their Clash lanes, setting up them for success, be it flanks, be it lanes to absorb pressure. So realistically speaking, it's gonna be a banger of a series, Sir Cloud, Contra.
Yeah, he almost got me mistaken for the other guy.
Ooh,
well, I'll
sorry.
forgive you for that. So DTE starts on the blue side. I think that today's main idea for all these teams is to at least get rid of that Luna, where, of course, high-level Luna players, it's just so difficult to catch. And Team Secret respects being given over on the CM. He's played some mean lane, so that to be taken away also will put lesser pressure onto teams trying to go for that Dolia, I would say. So it's a decent start.
Decent start indeed. Looking at the big ban so far for week 3, it has definitely steered away from the traditional early ban, the traditional Mai Shiranui ban, Dia ban, right? And it's more focused on the current Luna, Dharma, Pei, and even though today we're seeing Team Secret ban out the lane, so DTE Gaming, you have the Mai Shiranui, you have the early, you have the long. So are you going to lock in the Pei as a response for your team's first pick? So with that, they lock in the early and answer pick for the Pei and Mai Shiranui. A super high tempo, super aggressive pick coming in from Team Secret.
I actually thought that they would secure the Pei for themselves and then just give over that Mai Shiranui, and instead Team Secret got both in their back pocket. So it definitely is going to be a scary afterthought on the high tempo of play that Team Secret is looking for when it just opt to rotate around map, get a couple of pickoffs, while DTE, they still have a couple of options left on the table. Zhang Fei is kind of on the loose here, but of course, that may not be, say, the best pairing for it, or at least some may even argue. So they bring in the Yuhuan, a little bit of that flex pick going on where you can still chuck it over mid lane. You can even have the Yuhuan as a roamer at the very same time. So it really depends. So moving into this, DRNJ being picked up, what do you think of the draft so far for both ends?
Ooh, draft so far for both ends definitely puts a lot of pressure onto the early pick. Time and time again, back to back, we talked about Arlie requires a safe haven where she gets to farm towards the 4th minute mark with the Doomsday, with the Crimson Golem. So right now, Team Secret here drafting a hyper aggressive early game, right? You have the DRNJ, which is a direct counter towards the early. You have the Mai Shiranui to Pei, hyper aggressive mid jungle duo to really bully DTE's gaming on this early into the side lane. And looking at that, it's really down to whether DTE Gaming, they can play the defense game onto their marksman, protecting her, giving Turtle this safe haven to farm until the 4th minute mark, right? And Team Secret being the attacking side to break this 4th minute haven.
True enough, and overall, I'm still thinking about that lane pick. Something tells me that they might even go back to a Lubu, because when you say going on to a hit-to-hit, what kind of disrupts a Lubu is that when you want to go for the Tremble Mortal, you could just use Death at Sunset to just skirt away. So instead, for some reason, because of that Yuhuan being picked up by DTE, that Zhang Fei was still left out from the ban as well. So Team Secret waste no time, they secure it and just leave maybe a little bit more room for the final pick to go on the Clash lane.
Clash lane indeed, and looking at Team Secret's final ban, we might actually see a Lubu for the side of Team Secret Swan, who he really found success yesterday against O2 Esports here. So let's think more, right? If you're DTE Gaming, you're on the Biron, you're on the Byron, right? Your force field suppression, yes, you have a lot of shields, but Lubu, he does true damage, and true damage goes through shield in Hero's Gorge. So DTE Gaming here picking that monkey. So really, this Lubu pick might come into fruition into the draft of Team Secret. And there it is, the Lubu once again being picked off by Team Secret Swan. Once again, we see a Tremble Mortals into Heroes Gorse.
Wow, this seems to be the recipe to success as we're looking at Xuan, hoping to secure another back-to-back MVP title if he could just pull off another great run. Like you did mention, right? True damage goes through all these shields, so it may not matter too much when you just basically initiate, causing a little bit more of that stir while you still have pretty much the unbridled outbursts to be able to back up the rest of your teammates. So Team Secret is absolutely cooking a draft with some finesse right on top of the icing of the layer. While DTE, we want to also take a look at how they would be able to pull up ahead and what will be the core objective for DTE this match.
Core objective for DTE Gaming will be protect the early, protect the president on Che. You want Che to be able to farm into the 4th minute mark, the Doomsday, the Crimson Golem. On the side of Team Secret, you have a hyper-aggressive early game. We'll see the repeat of the early game of what happened just now, or will we see Che actually scaling to the 4th minute mark in the first game between DTE Gaming and Team Secret Contra?
Here we go. First matchup of the series between both sides, as we're already looking at the Harley to be holding up mid, which has been frequently played out in such a manner. While it's also interesting to note that Sun is already looking to secure themselves the fire beacon. It seems like DTE will be able to respond just in time while they have this micro rotation coming through from the Lampo.
GP Steel coming in from Team Secret. Shisan stole the River Sprite onto the mid lane, and then Son took the Firetail Beast at the bottom lane as well. So really, DTE Gaming, we were talking about they want to make sure Ali has the safe haven to really farm, so they're playing this rotation, making sure that, hey, Churchill's our main carry, we gotta make sure that he farms both lanes, he farms most of the neutral objectives, so the EXP can toss it. Oh, top lane 1v1 coming through.
Wow, look at the power of the Lubu just flushing this Byron all the way to the back. Then there's just no safe haven where he could just farm as safely as he could versus, like, say, a Mayin or Sword. So Xuan, he's feeling relatively confident.
Relatively confident indeed, as he sees 4-man Matru strong into the mid lane for the side of DTE Gaming, but nothing too crazy so far as he secured the mid priority for Che to really go back to the farm lane to secure another wave. So if you're Team Secret, so far so good. DTE Gaming has been doing a decent job in securing Che early game.
Yeah, overall, I think that they're pretty much stabilized at this point in time. Not too significant maneuvers coming out there in order for certain picks, where Sissy is definitely a little bit more nimble. But here comes Shisan, though, looking and prodding. So we'll expect the early game to be a lot more steady as compared to the previous series, where it was just a lot of back and forth, or mainly, should I say, it was O2 that was doing so well throughout that matchup, just going for invades after invades. Speaking of that, DTE stash away the boars.
Boars stolen away, poor thing for Goosing. So far at the 2-minute mark, nothing too crazy going on the side of DTE Gaming. Really just playing this early game to perfect. So aside from that, they just have to worry about their farm lane turret, as DTE's turret is going to a half HP mark.
Sure enough, and we're definitely looking into a huge initiation coming from the side of Hao. Just chipping onto the health bars of Sun, getting a little bit more of that priority back over on CC to safely farm up. Meanwhile, I want to see eventually when both junglers actually initiates onto either side of the lane, how much more of a benefit could either Team Secret get or even DTE. Now they're moving for a catch, jumping onto Hao, hoping to catch him off guard. While Xuan comes in from the back as well, and they know that it's not worthwhile. This Lampo is a tad bit too tanky in the early game.
Yeah, beautiful Impaling Trust roll coming in for the side of Lubu, just to zone off the side of DTE's aggression here. So early game so far, both teams are looking at 50-50, but hold on though.
Oh, looking for a catch up against CM as they will double down with the treble. Water's holding him out. It is first blood for Xuan. Team Secret now will have to back away as the rest of the cavalry have arrived from the side of DTE. Hopping over onto Goosing. There is a potion for him to take. He will keep himself alive while the rest of DTE continues on with the pressure. But this is a very beefy Lubu that they're going up against.
What a timing onto the healing duel. Securing Goosing an escape path and making sure they do not drop to the cavalry of DTE Gaming, looking to save themselves. But look at how though, might be caught out. Okay, nothing too crazy. And that TS Son getting the bot lane tower, and Shen and Yuxin getting the top side of victory overall on the side of Team Secret. And further, looking to secure the Tyrant as well. So big win coming in from Team Secret in the early game.
Very clean macros overall, where they had all that focus over on top side, but they forgot that Sun was not being kept in check as well, where they secured themselves at tier 1. Now walking with a Tyrant, further amplifying what they could basically do. So looking for a little bit of invasion led by Shisun. This could be something here.
Yeah, Kacho says looking to check out the bushes, and CM here might be caught out. Okay, force out of the top side, and another turret goes on the side of TS. Crash lane and jungle here. So right now, you're slowly bleeding out on the side of DTE Gaming. You don't have much room to farm, and looking at Nono's position, he might look for engage here.
Unbridled Outburst channel out as we're going to be looking at a Chohisatsu trying to knock somebody back, but they won't be able to hold away. Treble model zoning them out completely while they will look to deter Sweat as he gets eliminated. That's going to be a great recovery coming from the side of DTE, but they are forced to retreat back to the base.
Blinking Hellfrost on the side of DTE Gaming, really clutching the fight, focusing the strength on the Lubu, knowing for the fact that, hey, you came in with Tremble Mortals, you do not have flash, you are coming in and you are not going out. Trading 1 kill back and, hey, securing a decent comeback on the side of DTE Gaming here. So that's at least a bit of breathing room for the side of DTE Gaming here, Contra.
Yeah, that was beautifully called out from the side of DTE, at least getting something in return. So as much as they're behind in goal, they would still be able to match up on what their priorities are on picking up, because like you said, they identified that he didn't really have to flash, so it was going to be pretty straightforward to just hop around the Lugu. Now, Team Secret, they saw that opportunity to secure that Overlord. Now they will have even more pressure to press on Team Secret.
Vanguard being secured, and right now the top wave is actually clashing into the tier 2 of DTE Gaming here. The rotations are slightly slow coming from DTE Gaming, looking like this tower is actually going to fall onto the hands of TS Son here. So beautiful engage, but Turtle here might be caught out.
Shisun going for the chase, hoping to connect, but it's not so easy to catch up this early while they recommit with Goosing, hopping right on top, exhausting every single opportunity for that early to get away. 1 for 1 though as the pay goes down, while they will continue on with this scrappy fight up mid.
Beautiful engagement coming from how to salvage a kill onto the side of TS Gushing. Health bars were really blinking low, but leaf step after leaf step, Turtle here really playing around the palms of Team Secret. So this red buff might be going on the hands of Zunzun's Smite. So beautiful Smite coming in from Zunzun. So Team Secret does not get the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, now they've managed to at least stop some of the bleeding and have been able to recover so much in the form of gold. Especially shutting out that pay proves to be pretty vital in some of all these fights, which kind of see that 1 for 1 win in that essence. DTE, all they really have to do is to regain that prior over onto the Silentlanes, because right now the Vanguards are still putting that pressure.
Pressure indeed coming from DTE Gaming here, but Shen here getting caught out.
There's nowhere for him to actually escape, but he used the Tremble Mortals to rejoin the rest of his teammates, hopping over Opford. How does survive as he takes down Shisun, but Zunzun, he's out of position, and that's where Gusing goes in for the punishment. CM now in trouble as well, locked between three. DTE, they shred some of these members, but they also bite the dust at the same time. Still 4-4.
4-4 indeed, but mid tower, the most important tower of the game, goes on the side of Team Secret here. I think engage comes through mid lane, but nothing too crazy so far. Alright, they pull out.
Yep, but Gusing is hoping to keep them away from the jungle, further denying them from any form of resource. 10 seconds from now, another Tyrant comes up. Gusing so far really holding firm onto some of these leads, so this is definitely looking a little bit more concerning, where a lot of all these kills were actually bumped to How instead of the Arlie, so we're not really seeing the Arlie come up online just yet.
Well, right now on the 8 minute and 30 seconds mark, Tyrant being secured on the side of TS Nono's Zhang-Face Smite. So good Smite coming in from him, and a 2,500 goalie on the side of DTE Gaming has been escalated towards the side of Team Secret here. So if you're a DTE Gaming fan, you really have to rely Turtle on his early, looking for these big team fights, big flanks on the early. So right now, we have to see what has in store for Team Secret to quickly close out this series.
You definitely want to find a huge connection of the Tremble Mortals to be able to at least open up that team fight, zoning some of these members away. How now? tries to shut them up. Jungle looking for a catch over onto Dodo. Flashes over with that beautiful Tremor smash, but it is not going to be connecting to the targets. Well, Tremor Mortals comes right in. Sean just zones him off completely. Now that is the Lampo not even being part of the fight. Well, Gushing goes in the front line of engagement. CM tries to take him out, and yes, it will be Sun that will be able to take out the Byron. It's a 1-for-3. Team Secret now sees a way to knock down the gates and look to eventually shut them up, but there's still BB and How. Can they hold firm?
Can they hold firm indeed as the minions are marching right through the crystal, and How desperately trying to defend whatever he can. But BB here successfully clearing off the wave. So props to BB and How for really holding the fort.
Oh, that was super intense. I mean, it could have actually gone pretty haywire if he did not sacrifice his life in order for BB to be able to clear off the minion wave. So even more trouble looms as there is a ballista pretty much prepped up for them to secure the tier 2 up top. Looking for retaliation. CM now leads the fray. It seems like he is uninterested to fully commit though. So perhaps the next objective is going to be the focal point for DTE to see whether they can turn the tides around.
That was a really huge goal swing on the side of Team Secret, really pushing it to a 5,000 goal lead, securing the Crimson, securing the Azure on the side of DTE's gaming jungle. So Shisan here might be catching out Zunzun, but Zunzun just casually walking away. But hey, Shadow Tyrant here being secure on the side of Team Secret here, and looking at Son's item, he is 5-0-1, rocking the 8,600 gold here, Contra.
Yeah, he's gonna pretty much be coming up huge. Whenever he drops that Imperial Order, somebody's got to go, right? And that target might actually be BB. He's just basically playing with fire right now, trying to clear that ballista over on the top portion. Team Secret still has a huge wave crashing right through, so Team Secret looking for a big call.
Big call coming in, Stone Strike, and Goosing.
There we go. As we see the Treble Mortals drop right through, looking for CC. Tries to reposition as the rest of DTE will lose soon in the process. There's still a minion wave over on the top side where they will commit with Shisan jumping right through. And just like that, they deter the rest of DTE, shutting them down completely in order to take game 1.
Imperial Order really sent out to close off game 1 against the side of DTE Gaming here. Beautiful performance coming in so far from Team Secret to close off the series around the 11-minute mark. Not the best Lubu we've seen so far compared to the game that he had, but so far so good for the side of Team Secret, really pulling off all stops on all these engages. Definitely Team Secret's Nono with the Unbridled Outburst, catching catch after catch, and the Maestro Nui immediately follows up with the multiple man engages.
Yeah, speaking of which, you know, like, as much as it isn't as flashy of a performance coming in from Xuan, he just creates a lot of layer of defense where he's soaking majority of the damage coming in from the members of DTE. And then you just basically have this full duty coming in from the Zhang Fei to be able to do even more whenever somebody tries to approach the DRNG. And that's how they actually got this big lead going for Sun.
Son, really, he rocking that 602 KDA, almost full item with even the Defrost Siege being built already. I want to give some props to Xuan. Maybe he did not have the best of Tremble Mortals, but Team Secret really playing their tri-core well to a certain extent. If you put all your damage onto Xuan, realistically speaking, who's gonna be killing off Son? Who's gonna be killing off Shisan or Gusing onto these carry picks? So definitely, props to Team Secret for executing their team fight and sacrificial lamb well on the Lubu.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have multiple avenues to go for the hunt, right? There are plenty of times where we see CC was just struggling to reposition because there's just multitudes of members of Team Secret waiting to catch him out. And therefore, even despite having, you know, some of all these front lines coming in from the side of DTE, it is still rather hard for them to also dish out the amount of damage that it takes to even focus fire any of these carries down. So Shisan kind of had a couple of free reign of control in order to connect beautiful re-engines, and we even saw big initiations with the dives of the Cho Hisatsu Shinobi Bachi.
Cho Hisatsu Shinobi Bachi indeed to really close off the fate of DTE game in game 1 between Team Secret. So right now, let's check out a bit onto the stats real quick, and we see so far Son rocking that 111 112k damage and 26 merely damage taken from the side of DTE Gaming. Really masterclass performance of Team Secret to protect and play around their president here.
True enough, and I'm starting to really like the involvement of the Lubu for Team Secret, right? Where they're just really having multiple avenues for them to engage, and it's another form of frontline in essence as well. Maybe it's not as nimble as, you know, all the other picks, but overall it provides so much more. Despite Goosing not really dishing the most damage, it really felt like it allows the main core carries like Shisan as well as Sun to get those activation that they desire.
The desire that they wanted was really just this Sun being racking up so much damage, and I want to give props to really DTE Gaming. Although yes, Churchill had a very good early game, scaling through the 4th minute mark, getting the Doomsday, but realistically speaking, right, if you look at their draft, it's a single damage source, a single carry source. You have all the mobility on Arlie, on the Leaf stat, on the Maple Dance, but to be honest, you're dealing with multiple layers of engage. You have the Unbridled Outburst, you have the Chohisatsu Shinobibachi, you have the Tremble Mortal. So how many skills can you dodge as an Arlie?
Yeah, that definitely is going to be something to be answered. Now, look at the Byron pick yet again, because as much as they went in for the first pick all around the Clash lane, I felt like it wasn't exactly the best answer to the Lubu, because ideally that Lubu is going to out-rotate you. He's going to do a lot more impact in some of all these team fights as compared to the Byron. Maybe if they move into the next game and they consider, hey, what other options is there left on the table, perhaps a Guan Yu will be able to match up decently against a Lubu if Team Secret were to go for it again, where I think it's quite straightforward onto how things have come up with Team Secret. They have been able to scale out of control towards the mid-game after 6-minute mark, but we did definitely see firm challenges coming from DTE to be able to stall them in return.
Yeah, definitely, especially that we've seen that, you know, DTE Gaming, it wasn't really a landslide of a goalie if you were to see. It was actually like, okay, steady pace towards the mid-game, but a big fight breaks out, 2-for-2, and immediately we see the MVP as well, who is TS Saw rocking a D-J with a KDA of 6, 0, and 2, 33% damage dealt, 13% damage taken, and a total goal of 24% Contra.
Well deserving of the Realme MVP title, I must say. I mean, a lot of all these D-J players usually hold themselves back in the early game, but look at Sun on how he's been putting himself into some of the priority of positions for him to rack up these huge numbers. Of course, kudos to his teammates for also providing just about enough cover for him to just get all these items activated so early. Like, you expect some of these D-J to be able to finally get their items of, you know, whether it's the cuirass, to stack those defensive stats a little bit later. This guy has already worked all the way into that by just moving into just about the 10-minute mark. So super impressive coming in from Team Secret.
And this was the best play that we've seen so far. Xuan locking off the position to really zone off CM's escape route. And this was the overextension fight coming in from CM. Although they already got 2 kills, but he re-engaged with the Storm Strike, which really dropped a few kills. And this is what I'm talking about. You're the Arlie, you have so much mobility, but how many skills can you dodge realistically, right? So many spells jumping onto you. Unbridled Outburst, Tremble Mortals, everything latching onto you. But this 4-man Storm Strike couldn't really seal the deal for DTE Gaming's comeback.
Yeah, it was quite lacking in terms of the output of damage that they required in order to turn the tides around, which is rather unfortunate, especially when you're playing from behind. You won't have that item scalability as compared to the rest of the members of Team Secret, which is why Team Secret was just pressing on, where they're confident enough to be able to make certain dives happen, and just like that, Secret having themselves taking the lead here in the series. But DTE, I believe they will definitely look to reassess what the draft's going to be looking like, because they're clearly lacking of damage output. I'm sure that they will fix this moving into Game 2.
And in Game 2, we've seen so far, if you will look to the top right side, DTE is on the red side, while Team Secret chooses the blue side. So yeah, in terms of the draft, we've seen time and time again, if there's only a single damage source that we've seen so far, which is the Lady Su, which is the Arlie, teams usually have a lot of pressure being put onto the farm lane player. And once the farm lane gets taken out, immediately we see that they don't really get much of an avenue to really push off to carrying the game. So right now, we jump right into Game 2's draft, where Team Secret removes the pay that they have found success in, and DTE Gaming respects Son, one of the best Arlie in MKL.
what I really love about this week is that we're also being shown on what they picked prior to this, so at least they don't really have to worry about the Mai Shirunui or even the Lubu, and that leaves the Lung to be one of the hotly contested marksmen up available. So Team Secret, they waste no time on that. Is this gonna be that Dolia angle where we've seen before, where you pair it with Lane, you pair it with using at the very same time? So Team Secret, they start off with that, and in response, it's a Gudo and a Dharma, a little bit more steady from what DTE is showing us so far.
DTE Gaming definitely showing us the Agudo Dharma setup, like you have mentioned, maybe looking for a very aggressive mid lane setup. But as you say, the Dolia being picked up and the Dune for the double Unruly Blade, a very strong combo and a very consistent combo that we've seen from time and time again in MKL, in HOK S3 and other regions as well. So if you're DTE Gaming, you might be looking to pivot into the lane soon, but instead they lock the channel and want to play the early tower pushing.
Wow, I really do like the firm ideas that DTE is having at the moment. Allows them to play a little bit more aggressively, and in the form of scalability, it's still very reliable when you have this channel to be able to match up to the pacing of Lung. Of course, hoping not to be bursted down by some of these other targets. So Team Secret, they move into the second phase here, banning out that Zhang Fei, just withering down the amount of tanks that you do have now that you have maybe a little bit more semi setup coming in from that Dharma, right? So what other options is there for DTE to negate? Because Team Secret, they have yet to secure their mage at the moment. They will further lock away that Yuhuan so that it won't be too pesky for them to just move in and out those fights.
In and out fights indeed, as the Yuhuan being a very good respect bang along with the Elaine. You don't want the double Death at Sunset being rocked down onto your main carry, which is a channel. You don't want double ending sorrow from the side of the mid lane to really kite around the team fight. So here, Team Secret may be banning out the Diadia as their last roamer ban, but it's going to be landing onto the Sakir. So Diadia, one of the primary picks so far of week 1 and week 2 of MKL, is released on the side of DTE Gaming. Will they pick it up? Nope, they will be putting on their focus onto the Yixing, which has been a lot of a very successful pick for many of these teams coming to MKL, Contra.
Yeah, it's been looking to be one of the main staples throughout the season. Now they're bringing in the Mayin. I really do like the angle coming from Team Secret. Plenty of damage to dish out. Now with Dolia offering another refresh on those couple blades, this is going to be Shi-Sun having a field day out, just unleashing blades all upon these members of DTE. But somebody's got to lock them down, right? Ideally, you're looking at this Mayin in order to be able to secure those multi-targeted knockups. So it's really boiling down to the execution, or else you just have to rely back on goosing. Like you said, that double Unruly Blade could be the key way that they call in for a team fight.
Definitely, we will be seeing double Unruly Blades going to the team fight, but also I want to point out that DTE Gaming drafting the Yixing, drafting the Dharma, drafting the Agudo, so a very solid engaged setup coming in, and they lock in the Sunbin, using the Time Flux to further buff the movement speed of the whole team. And Agudo and Sunbin is actually a combo. They look to heal the teammates with the Time Flux, with the buff of the AoE. So looking at DTE's Gaming's draft, there's only two words. Engage, engage, and engage. And on Team Secret, you're utilizing the range advantage that Gun and Mo has with the couple blades, with the refresh from the Dolia to really poke down channel before he has any chance to do damage into the team fight. So let's check out both teams' draft real quick, Contra.
Yeah, look at it. Both objectives is pretty much different on what they really want to achieve, right? Look at scalability. Team Secret definitely has plenty of it, where multiple avenues of catch available for them to also try to form a little bit more of a snowball ripple effect in the early game. Meanwhile, DTE, they are looking for something stable, and when the team fights erupts, or if they want to go in for a catch, that's where it's pivotal for how to be able to just amplify what DTE can offer as we dive into Game 2.
Game 2 is definitely going to be pivotal for the side of DTE Gaming to really show us if they can pull the series to a 1-all. So right now, a 2v2 coming in for the mid lane. Nothing too crazy so far as there's no relevant lane swap, but Team Secret here prioritizing the mid priority and further securing themselves the mid lane River Sprite.
Yeah, really strong start at the very least, while CM so far has always gone back and forth a whole lot with Schwinn, but he's got to be paying attention to the rotations as well. But as the Dharma, you should be able to secure the sprites very instantaneously. So that's it. Another funnel over onto Shisan as well, as they do secure themselves the Armatil piece.
Yep, Armatil Beast, further money going aside of TS Shisan and TS Son here. Son and Nono onto the combo, really bullying out Turtle and Hao onto the farm lane. So right now, if you're a DTE game, you're gonna have to worry that how are you gonna be playing around Turtle and Hao, because they're really being bullied at the farm lane right now. The waves are frozen. The Spike Tail Beast has been secured. The Beak has been secured as well. So realistically speaking, that's a lane domination coming in from TS Son.
Yeah, and hence why they're already forming up with a lane rotation. So they're sending that member over onto the mid lane in order to get even more of these waves crashing right in. Gorge dropped right through over on the side of Gusing as he is being brought down with a blow. Not enough to take him down just yet. Close call coming in from DTE.
Yup, Gusing here definitely not expecting the fact that DTE has rotated their farm lane and Roma towards the mid lane, and Zunzun here getting a cheeky cap and the Gorge mobilization onto Gusing, forcing him to unruly blade out and burn his passive. So right now, a decent setup coming with DTE Gaming to relieve the pressure on the side of their channel that's losing lane against TS Son's Long. So right now, we really want to see how they want to play towards this early game, because if they lose their early game, right, you can't really utilize the time flux to pull off these big engages on the side of DTE. On Team Secret, they're just really prioritizing on all these neutral objectives, securing one after another.
True enough, and overall, I think that they're still running it pretty stably, where they're not hoping to really pull the trigger just yet. So we'll have to see how where does Hao position himself when it comes down to Fright breaking loose, so that they could just have pretty much time flux drop right in whenever they need it the most. Look at the current instance, we're seeing Nono extending, and that's going to be Hao coming in from the side. A lot of damage to be chipped over onto CC, further suppressing him from extending, so that is going to be the fire beak in the hands of Son.
Really, Nono and Son playing this 2v2 into a perfection, really bullying Turtle and Hao onto this 2v2. Nono utilizing the Mermaid's gift to heal himself into the river, and Son taking on to with these fire palms, damaging Turtle and Hao's health bar. So right now, you want to think that, hey, Turtle and Hao, you don't have a healing method into the lane. Yes, Time Flux does rewind HP on the side of DTE Gaming, but it's only a rewind, it's not a direct heal.
Yeah, true enough, and I guess that's the trouble of getting some of all these lifesteal items up for CC to be able to keep himself alive in majority of all these fights. And once that comes into fruition, and Zunzun alongside with Hao will be able to provide him with a little bit more of a backup when it comes down to those fights. Well, a little bit of tussle over a bit where Team Secret gets themselves that party. The fastest now being popped. His son just wants to retreat very safely and not really risk all too much, while the rest of the team gets that priority on that Tyrant.
Tyrant here being started by DTE Gaming here. Will there be any level of contest coming in from Bagusing here? Marches into the Tyrant. Does not secure it.
World is my board now. Drop right in. Perfect Truth Mantra, but where's the follow-up? There we go. See, and that's the first blood onto Gusing, and just like that, two members, boom, out. DTE forming a lead alongside with the Tyrant in the hand.
Beautiful stuff coming in from CM, the clutch man, securing a beautiful Truth Mantra onto multiple members on the side of TS. TS here, yes, Nono providing the refresh towards Gusing's Unruly Blade, but he got taken down the moment he got stuck by the Truth Mantra, and right now, bottom tower in fire, but okay, TS on pulls off a normal defense.
Yeah, they could still hold on for the meantime, but in that last fight, I was trying to navigate where exactly Schwinn could he actually break through some of all these treads, as well as break the walls that was formed out across the river. So there was no firm access after all, and that by then CM found that beautiful landing of that Truth Mantra to really further suppress these members of Team Secret. So they gotta pay attention how they do position for the next objective.
Next objective is definitely going to be landing on these side lane turrets, where both teams look to fight for the mid lane priority here. Team Secret here giving up their bot side and rotating most of their members towards the top side of DTE Gaming, looking to do an equal trade onto the turret. So decent macro rotation here coming from Team Secret Secret so far to really pull the stops onto the snowball of DTE Gaming.
Has destroyed a tower.
The CM though lurking around, hoping to catch out Sun or maybe just burn out the fastest if he could. Having just about enough range to just poke out CM to 60% of health, while the mid side, we're looking at the Gorge mutation dropping right in. And Furball will be safe regardless, so lucky enough, not taken out as they carry on with this pursuit. When exactly are we actually looking at a firm advancement onto this Overlord? Because none of the teams are interested as of yet.
I think so far, Contra, both teams are deadlocking at a equal state. They're both staring at each other, looking to secure this mid lane priority to really affect these side lane turrets that has yet to be taken down. So if you're on DTE side, you want to play with Around the World is my board, catching multiple members, but Team Secret here just respecting the fact that the channel is in the lead right now, just giving up their side and providing the pressure to let go, and the tower just here, just dropping to DTE Gaming.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a nuisance here for them to be able to wrap over on the top side. They will have to get that tier 1 away, which they've already secured the other one over the Flash lane. So Team Secret, they were unwilling to go in for any form of challenge. DTE, they're also not hustling to also steal some camps away coming from the side of DTE. Speaking of which, here comes World is my board, not exactly connecting perfectly. So they will just stall up until they get another one in return.
Yep, DTE BB here, flashing on the Shisan with the Voice by board and forcing his flash out. The next time it happens, Shisan will be not so lucky to be able to dodge out from the engage as they can time flux and pair up with the board. And right now, a bit of a cheeky steal here coming from Guxing, and they are marching right towards to the top side jungle of DTE Gaming. So really big stuff coming in from both teams, looking to secure this mid lane prior for the side lane conquest.
Sure enough, they're also matching a huge wave over on to the top quadrant of the map. Team Secret, they know that there's just ample room for them to have power spikes in the late games, therefore they're not really pulling any trigger yet and still finding themselves certain avenues to chip away those the tower health bars for the meantime. So DTE not calling the shots while they are having a split maneuver with CM all the way down bottom.
All the way down bottom as CM look to trade the tower onto the bottom side, while this red buff might be a risk here onto the side of DTE Gaming here, but okay, let's stop for a while as DTE Gaming here looks to back off.
Yeah, they managed to funnel that Crimson Golem over onto the hands of Sun, further amplifying what his output could potentially bring to the table now that the Tyrant is up for grabs. Team Secret have a choice whether they go in for a trade where they could just work on that Overlord at this moment, but they're just perhaps preparing themselves for a challenge, understanding that DTE, they're not going to be pulling a direct takedown over on the target because they want to establish more mid lane dominance.
Mid lane dominance indeed from both sides. From right now, both teams are really just trying to conquer this mid lane right now, trading back and forth with the side of DTE Gaming looking to utilize the time flux and the board to set up the success of these engages, while TS Shisan, couple blades looking to aim down DTE Gaming's backline, and Tyrant here being started off by TS Guxing.
There we go. CM hops on board looking for the true matchup, locking them through the roll is my board at the very same time. Guxing does manage to form a steal, taking down the Tyrant while chasing Sun all the way back. Sun goes for the catch, Gorge mobilization, drop right in for a killing spree as they far back at Team Secret. While there's still more to go, Guxing now under threat. Exchanges with CM. That couple blitz does not connect. Instead, they got punished for it. What a turn of the tides, and Sun now backing away. A back and forth exchange that sees DTE coming up ahead.
DTE Gaming here coming up online up of the Tyrant fight real quick. CM once again. Why do we call him the clutch man? He's getting these engages onto the backline of Team Secret and he's finding so much success. And Zun, props to him for pulling off these insane micro plays, kiting the side of Team Secret's front line, getting these cleanup kills onto Shisan, onto Son. Beautifully played coming out from DTE Gaming.
And on top of that, throughout all those exchanges, majority of the kills were funneled into Zun. So this is just going to be him getting beefier and beefier, and makes it so hard for Team Secret to actually manage whenever this Agudo wants to call for a fight.
The Agudo here, alright, CM here, forcing the Pure Sky out of Xuan here. So a big cooldown here burned by Xuan. So right now, the control seems to be going over the side of DTE Gaming here, and DTE Gaming here starting off the Overlord while 3 members of the DTE Gaming marking Team Secret so that they cannot approach the Overlord with ease.
And now, with them having the focus to secure the Overlord, they're just trying to deter the rest of Team Secret from moving right in. Gorge mobilization, drop right through just to hold Goosing back while they are securing themselves that tier 1 turret. Consider that to be super rare for DTE.
Yeah, DTE here securing the Vanguard, securing the mid-tier 1, and right now marching towards the top side of Team Secret. And engagement comes in.
Oh, Fastness now pop. They want to re-aggress, it seems, but it's going to be Goosing being launched up in the air. Rolls by bot, locking him away at the very same time. So, very good call from DTE for that disengage. Now, once again, all eyes on the prize because the Tyrant's still up.
Tyrant still up for the side of both teams to contest. The Overlord Vanguard marching to top side, and DTE Gaming here, How has the hull. He can pair up with the time clocks to really look for these immediate engages, setting up CM directly access to the backline of Team Secret.
Speaking of which, Goosing spotted out. Great vision control coming out of BB, always checking over onto these brushes, so they're looking to at least hustle out Goosing. If they put him low enough, then it is definitely going to be a firm call for that Tyrant.
Tyrant here, the vision game is definitely on the hands of DTE Gaming right now. Wave pressure and priority on the hands of DTE Gaming as well. So if you're Team Secret here, you definitely have to bang in on Strand, looking for these big flanks onto the side of Cheche's channel here. But looking at the side of the rotation from Team Secret, they look to back off and look to assess to the Vanguards first.
Yeah, they can afford to still give this one away, it seems. Now, they don't really have that priority, while CM is also in a flank angle of his own, so it's just so difficult for Team Secret to even get anywhere close by to secure it, but they will now try to retreat while they get the board running right over onto Goosing just by the very edge of it, so they will not hop on board.
Yeah, slow methodical play coming in from DTE Gaming. Just look at CM's pressure. One Dharma is able to seal off the complete backline of Team Secret, not allowing any form of access or advancement of Team Secret towards the Tyrant pit. That CM we're talking about, just one hero. That one Dharma, so much pressure, Contra.
Yeah, and on top of that, when they try to approach even deeper in, that board drops right through. And even without that easing, you still got to consider the fact that this Aguda has been so much of a nuisance where they just don't really have any form of control over some of these objectives, especially on the Tyrant for twice in a row now. Only once Team Secret managed to start that way, and they have to throw everybody on the line just in order to do so.
And looking at the fact that the Cheche onto the channel has already completed the Daybreaker, he's gonna be an absolute beast when it comes down to take attacks, but how to take attacks, Spike comes in.
Oh, the catch onto BB. It's gonna be pretty huge, but he still has his passive now being popped. He still stays intact. Well, the Bast is now called right in. They will retreat with the approach of CM, looking for a big flank, but he is a little too late to the party. So that fight went 50-50, but nobody went down.
Actually, a beautiful engage coming from Team Secret here, but the time flux, rewinding the time, rewinding the health barbs of BB, making sure he gets out safe even though the passive has proc. So the time flux being a key essence here to saving DTE here, being the engage, being the one that saves their lives in these team fights.
That's right, and Hal so far performing magnificently just to ensure that all of his teammates will not falter in some of the fights. I believe CM might have actually spotted out Schwinn, and his position is absolutely compromised. They're hopping over onto this Dharma, hoping to zone him all completely. So Sun's on the chase. How much can they realistically do as this Dharma is currently setting a beautiful Truth Mantra, and whoa, touche! They will now drop in the fort, locking onto Goosing to be their core target, but he's just so beefy. That's not going to be the target that they want to take on, but he falls pretty darn low. The rest of them recommits, jumping over the backline, catching over onto Sun. Where exactly is the damage now that the loot is gone? Goosing now hightailing out of the situation where Zuzu is just going to corral every effort to remove each member of Team Secret.
Team Secret dropping 4 here. DTE Gaming, how with the time bomb. cutting out all members of Team Secret in an AoE silence, and DTE Gaming soft flashes forward, trying to end them with the Flaming Palm, but gets punished immediately, and Gordon was coming into side draw, and that might just be game, Contra.
That definitely will be game. They got Ace right in their face as the rest of DTE looks for a reverse sweep, tempting a blow to Team Secret, drawing the game out, and we're moving into game 3.
Match point comes in towards both teams, and both teams lock their score at 1-1. A beautiful engage coming in from the side of DTE Gaming CM onto the Mantra, onto the Dharma with the True Mantra. And I want to point out, this Sunbeam pick on Hao was the game changer for the side of DTE Gaming. Time flux after time flux, rewinds after rewinds, the movement speed boost pairing along with the Hao, securing these multi-man engages for the side of CM on this Dharma.
Yeah, I really gotta, of course, commend the idea that they had. And that Sunmin could also easily drop a silence onto the Mayin, causing her not to be able to do all too much. So that's the reason why we can see some signs of struggle for Schwen into this matchup, where I was waiting for that Mayin to be able to at least jump all the way to the back line. It doesn't seem like much could actually be done because the rest were being held back when that Mayin does even get that angle. So DTE, this was a clinical finish, very clean work coming from all of the members on board, but who would be the MVP? I mean, I'm kind of undecided here between, you know, either Zunzun or Hao, or even CM with those big truth mantras.
Oh, definitely, Contra. And looking for something to really talk about is definitely the item builds on the side of DTE Gaming. You have 3 Succubus Cloak, being on Hao onto the Sunbeam, being Zunzun onto the Agudo, and CM onto the Dharma. And you even have Tete on the channel, halfway finishing his final item, which is the Succubus Cloak as well. So you're thinking, right? So many Succubus Cloak, and Shisan just being denied of any damage output from his side as the big artillery mage.
Yep, sometimes the best offense is the best defense, right? So DTE, I think they kind of outplayed Team Secret in a form of how they have concocted not only a beautiful draft, but the item priorities at the very same time. So good catch on that, my friend. So that being said, though, the main damage is actually coming in from getting a lot of all these early pickoff leads and just causing a little bit stir, just pops that Scorch mobilization, and it just completely zones away Goosing, where he couldn't really find those beautiful angles with the Unruly Blade.
Unruly Blade was really looked as a really form of engage and escape, but you have the roles, my board, to really cut out these engages from the side of Guxing. He can come in, but once he comes in, he's gonna be locked by the board and he cannot escape with his second Unruly Blade. And so far, we see Zunzun really clutching out these micro team fights, really kiting around the Guxing and Swan onto these core fighters. And looking at the stats, he dealt 100k damage and he tanked 121k damage. He's balancing between doing damage and tanking for his team. What a masterclass of a statistics that's being shown off from Zunzun onto the Agudo.
Yeah, and of course, further amplifying with the time flux for him to confidently stay in the mid of the battle. So I just love what DT is really coming up with here in Game 2. We're not going to be seeing another form of this draft because of the gold pick bans, unfortunately, but if DT gets more games like this with pretty much brilliant ideas, Team Secret may actually be overwhelmed, where the gatekeepers are definitely being shaken up. They only got those early game leads, but by the time that they tried to contest for the first couple of Tyrants as well as those invades, it clearly sees signs of struggle for them to be able to even find avenues for a flank. So it definitely was a tough game for Team Secret.
Tough indeed for both teams, I do agree as well, Contra. As we've seen so far, the game was really tight dead even until the 10-minute mark, where DTE Gaming came out on top with the clutch Dharma engage on the Truth Mantra on the back line of Team Secret. Afterwards, it was just a slow but steady race for TTE Gaming, finding the final fight where Dharma was caught out initially by the flaming palms of the Long. In the end, talking about MVPs, we definitely have to give it towards to our MVP of the game, which is CM, the clutch man rocking that Dharma.
Definitely deserving to be called the clutch man, as he is our current Realme MVP. His positioning was pinpoint accuracy, where, like you said, somewhere in between that contest for the Tyrant, just his presence alone holding onto that specific region just deters everybody from getting across because they respect CM to be able to put those big truth mantras out whenever they try to rush right to. So I definitely have huge regards on how well he is played onto this hero with such high mastery.
High mastery indeed coming in from DTE CM onto the Dharma, and let's check out the highlights real quick. And this was the first fight that CM got a beautiful engage onto the 2 in the back line of Team Secret. And looking back at it so far, really, all these fights, CM was the ones looking at these true mantras, catching the back line, forcing the infinite vastas and key spells on the side of Team Secret. So definitely a well-deserved MVP for CM.
Yeah, that's right. And there's not only that one moment that he really pulls off some of all these big ultimate with the truth mantra, where when we take a look at that mid lane scuffle, time and time again, Gusi tries to put his body on the line, and the follow-up seems to be a little bit rough. And then you saw that tree man jump onto CM, and he does not even break a sweat. He recommits, eventually finding that blow onto Sun, and just like that, this fight was pretty much blown wide open for DTE to just run rampant and eventually close up the game.
Yeah, initially they just were to plan out to catch CM onto the side lane, but really, CM playing off it well, blocking the initial flaming palm with the pure sky, and immediately looks for a flash engage using the truth mantra, setting 2 onto the wall, forcing the infinite vastas, a key spell on the side of Long from Team Secret Son. Immediately, the fight has turned to the sides of DTE Gaming, and without ado, they really scale into a way that they close out the game clean and tight.
That's right. And now that we move into game tree, of course, a lot of all these core meta picks have already been depleted. Is there still going to be something that has yet to be seen by either side of the party? So they have to dig pretty deep onto what they really have to formulate. And I wonder what could it be this time, because DTE will start on the blue side of the draft, banning out that early.
Banning out there early indeed, and if you look at the top side, that's all the picks that have been expended so far for both teams. So in the marksman department, Arlie is definitely out of the pool, and Chano is out of the pool for DTE Gaming as well. So Arlie being banned off does close off lots of the marksman pool. And as we've seen so far, Luna, Pei, being the top ban so far of MKL Week 3, has been sent to the ban phase.
Yeah, DTE, they secured themselves a solid roamer right now, as last game they had the option to actually secure it, but instead they pretty much left it open by picking up that Sun Bin. So great notion. DTE, they still have ample options available where they have yet to pick up, say, Lady Sun or so. But speaking of Lady Sun, that has been stashed away by Secret.
Yeah, Secret stashing away a comfortable marksman pick on the side of their marksman Son. So Lady Sun and Moses being locked in for South Team Secret defines one thing. It defines that they want to win lane in a dominant fashion. They want to counter this Dia pick. And with the pool available for the South DTE Gaming, you can only think of picking the Marco, the Ho Yi, picks that traditionally gets really countered by the Lady Sun, and DTE Gaming does not prioritize the picks onto the marksman, but locks in the damn way that can cure CC from the Moses box, and Lady Sun, that's notoriously known as a very good utility mage.
And they say, you know what, you can have your utility mage. Team Secret says, I got pokes for days. You got this Cannon Blast, you got this Nua with the Coalescence. If they're low enough, that's where they drop in with the Annihilation. So this is a draft that has not been seeing daylight for a very long time, but I believe that Team Secret is relatively comfortable with what they have secured in the first phase. Now, second phase, we're looking at a ban onto Jing, a ban onto Direnje. So DTE, they gotta dive deep. What exactly are decent marksmen that's currently available for them?
Oh yeah, looking at the bans, they already took out the Direnje, the Marco Polo. Arlie's not available, China's not available. Are you looking for the Ho Yi? Are you being forced to play the Long here? Because knowing for a fact Team Secret opens up the Long is because they want to bully the Long with the Lady Sun and Moses. And looking for the side DTE Gaming, they ban out the Jing and Agudo. So jungle here for the side Team Secret is being cut down to a minimal. Maybe they'll pull out the All-Ground as a frontline for this draft that Team Secret has already drafted. For DTE Gaming, you really have to wonder what is going to be your marksman pick.
Yeah, looking at the current situation, you might even go into the pool where you did talk about Luara. Are we ever going to get a glimpse of it? It may be the case as well. I think it could still form up a decent exchange while this is Team Secret still having the Dharma online. So they saved it for this moment for best case scenarios. And I did talk about a potential Guan Yu in maybe the prior match. So this time they will just lock it right in. And like you say, Lung possibly is one of the best options that they do have compared to the rest.
Yeah, although they are forced to lock into Long, that's gonna be good news on the side of Team Secret because they are expecting DTE Gaming to default back to the Long, which is being countered by Lady Sun on Son. And Moses Lady Sun traditionally does counter Long in a very, very difficult lane. Lane's gonna be extremely tough for Long. And we're talking about the Ogron as the tank pick being locked in on the side of Team Secret's Gu Xing.
Yeah, now looking at DTE, it seems like they're slightly squishier as compared to Team Secret. Well, I mean, arguably, it's going to be them having a lot of all these carries to be able to move around, where you have the Ogren and the Mosey to be able to try to farm that majority of the front line. So DTE, I'm having some concerns here on how effective can they play this Guan Yu, because that is going to be one of their key ways for a initiation to form up against Team Secret.
Definitely looks like the case, Contra, as Guan Yu, CM on this pick, has shown us time and time again his positioning, his Razor Cavalries has been proven deadly on finding these flanks. On the side of Team Secret is pretty much the same. The Roamer, Moses looking for the Cannon Blast and the pokes. But on the side of the key engage, it definitely falls on the hand on Shen's Dharma, looking for these flanks, looking on these big truth mantras onto the backline. So both these clash lanes having the same role to find these big engages, Contra.
That's right. We'll start to witness what will be the conclusion of this best of three between two titans on the block. DTE caused a little bit of stir, puts a dent to Team Secret, and now it's down to Team Secret to answer back with a very heavy poke comp that I would definitely say it's going to be a little bit struggle up around the bottom lane, where we're looking at CM now, putting himself on the line. A little bit of trouble going up against the Dharma early on.
Yeah, definitely, but on a good note, DTE Hao does supply these heals in any case that Turtle gets taken to a low health. So that's the only good news so far for the side of DTE's drop, securing a decent roamer partner to really save Turtle on this long laning phase. But being caught out by these Cannon Blasts, Lady Sun's damage packs a punch onto this lane and really can secure an early kill for themselves. So they really have to come into a very cautious state when approaching these Cannon Blasts.
True enough, and so long as it does connect, then it will be really problematic. While you can see the zone potential that Noodle actually has, keeping the rest of these members of DTE in check. While I'm definitely interested on how well can Sun Sun actually scale into this matchup, because that Denwei, if you allow him all that space to really move into the enemy lines and steal some caps away, he's just gonna be pretty unstoppable. So it does not really matter if you drop the box on him or if you drop those cannon blasts. He's just gonna be able to just plow through just to reach over onto Sun.
Reaching over to Son as Gu Xing reaches onto the second board camp that he has stolen away from the side of DTE Gaming. So that's a small advantage onto Team Secret. A small win overall into the early game for Team Secret's jungle on the Ogren.
Beautiful work so far, as it seems to be pretty much slight leads in favor of Team Secret with their advancements. So for Nono getting hopped upon on as they try to regain a little bit more of that fire, and Cannon Blast does actually land, but it seems like the fire beat will still be flying for now.
Flying for now,
Here comes the vengeance, though.
comes in.
Millie responded with the vastness, and that is already a flash committed from Hal. They just want to ensure their own safety net, and just like that, Team Secret really blew away some of all these core abilities from the rest of DTE's bottom laners.
I agree as well. Shisan with the crucial role, burning out two key spells, the Flash on Hao and the Infinite Vastness onto Churchill. Right now, without the Infinite Vastness nor the Flash on Hao, DTE's role cannot be played well, but hold on here.
Oh, overstepping is welcome. CC secures that first blood just because he stepped right into a trap being set by DTE.
DTE Gaming here really playing to their capabilities. BB here finding the perfect rope, finding perfect knockup, sending Nono back to the fountain here. So game plan wise, DTE Gaming is definitely fighting off the allegations that Team Secret wants to really burn out this early game.
Yeah, it's just going to be surmounting with a lot more pressure onto this bot lane. Sun at least remains to be pretty steady, while there is going to be advancements coming in from the side of Zunzun. Realistically, it's not going to be easy to take down Dharma all by himself.
Dharma definitely being one of the candidates with high armor, base armor, and passive that gives him armor, so not an easy target for DTE Gaming to take down. But health bar wise, we're looking at all healthy health bars and skill availability coming towards the Tyrant. Gushing here being poked down to a small health, but so far so good on the side of both teams.
True enough, meanwhile, they're just trying to form up over onto the bottom quarter of the river where we're already looking at Gusing advancing into the Tyrant's pit, already initiating upon it. Is there going to be any form of replies coming from Zunzun is going to be the big question here. Hao sees all the things that's happening and they will have to let this one slide. Team Secret now regain a little bit more of that form as Sun secures themselves the first Tyrant of the match.
Securing the Tyrant definitely secures a bit of a tempo back onto the Team Secret, salvaging the early game that they have faltered for a bit. So right now, the question is, can Team Secret utilize this Tyrant and get these towers? But no here.
Whoa, hopping all the way deep, trying to catch out this Mosey, but they will be able to fall back. That's just the way, not even committing the flash. So great read coming in from Nono, but here comes CM, diving right through as they are slamming them with the hero's charge. And there we go. Moving right deep into the tier 2s, forcing the flashes away from both Sun as well as Nono.
And that's gonna be tower going down on the side of Team Secret's tier 1. But props to Shisan as well, laying down the cubes, blocking any further advancements coming in from DTECM, salvaging what could have been an absolute disaster. But right now, DTE Gaming, they already dodged the most difficult part, which is the Mozu, which is the Lady Sun that traditionally counters the Long. So right now, Sun advances to the jungle.
Oh, he is stepping very deep, and just like that, Colossus got him pretty much caught up. Gusing still going for the chase, but that is being well provided by Hao to keep him pretty much healthy after soaking all that blow.
All that blow being laid out onto the side of DTE Zunzun, really playing to the passive of the DNW into perfection. He was holding Leap of Fury to really cleanse off any further CC that's coming out from Team Secret's carries. So he cleans off everything, takes off everything, and secures a lot of time for Che on this Long to farm. Look at the gold chart right here. 4.3k on Che's losing lane Long, and 3.5k on TS Son's supposedly winning Lady Sun. DTE Gaming having a pretty good early game so far.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, by right, when you do have Tyrant, you would be looking for alternatives for certain pickoffs out there. Team Secret, instead, they are just hoping to skill, and yet again, going all out just to chase over on Zunzun and not really yielding returns is just a little bit rough on the edges, where now they identify, hey, we can't really fully commit onto catching that damn wave without putting ourselves at risk, which they didn't put themselves at risk, so that's a good notion on that. But that pressure has surmounted over onto the Clash lane, where they managed to secure themselves another turret for the taking. DTE further up the lead.
And yet again, Zunzun here, dragging the likes of Shen and Gushing, wasting your time, making sure that if you want to rotate, you definitely have to go through this brick wall, which is Zunzun on the full tank DNW. And so far, we're looking at a healthy 2,000 gold lead, all 2,000 for DTE Gaming. So my question is, can Team Secret really pull off these big engages on Xuan and Nono on the Cannon Blast? Because they're desperately needing a form of engage to really bring them back to the mid game.
Yeah, so all eyes is definitely on Xuan to be able to land the beautiful True Mantra, or have the Argon to form a little bit more of that distraction first and foremost for them to do so. Emerges now, pops right in there, looking for Gushing, dropping him low as he will have to fall back. So this is where it goes down to who actually gets to find that good dot, and that Argon immediately gets brought down so low that the rest of Team Secret forced to back away. CM tries to look for a flank, unable to get anything in return.
not getting anything in return definitely is going to be painful on the side of TS Gushing, because if you look at the gold graph and the rotations, the focus on DTE's draft, they are funneling a lot of the gold to the jungle, which is the Junjun on the N-Way, and Tete onto the low. CM here, he's playing full tank. He doesn't need all these resources, but have a small engage comes through mid. Gushing gets poked down to 80%. So right now, you need to see these flank engages, the N-Way position, because the N-Way is slowly scaling into this tank monster that does true damage. He's slowly moving towards a 1k healthy goal lead over on his lane opponent, which is Gushing onto the Ogran.
Right now, the rest of DTE, they're putting their foot into the jungles of Team Secret, finding a good catch for onto Nono as well, forcing him to use the flash to get into safety, while the rest of Team Secrets know that they could not go in for the challenge. They will have to leave them pretty much all the camps that's available, while that Tyrant's still up for grabs. The rest of the members of Team Secret holding over onto the mid sector. Here comes the passage now, looking for something, but that gets stopped by the paralysis as BB is just going to be able to just hold true for now. Team Secret can still look to have a little bit more of that leeway.
Ooh. Leeway indeed, as BB itemizes the Imperial on the Venomous Staff, further reducing any form of healing from the side of Xuan and Gushing. And looking at the items so far, Son desperately looking to buy the Daybreaker, looking to farm up for the Daybreaker. Once he hits that Daybreaker, he's gonna be more of a threat when it comes to dealing with CM on the full tank Guan Yu, Junjun on the full tank Dianwei. But Tyrant here going overside of DTE Gaming, so both teams here 9 minutes in, 1 kill overside DTE Gaming. Goal lead is slightly over the favor of 2,000 on DTE Gaming. For the Team Secret fans, they definitely need to pray hard that Team Secret holds enough time for Son to hit his Daybreaker.
Yeah, I think that's basically the goal right now, where they just want Son to beef up, and after that they could have more firepower moving into some of all these engagements, because at the current moment, as much as they have engage tools or so, it isn't exactly the easiest for them to just chunk out volumes of damage. Here comes the think outside the box, trying to actually lock them into place. How they'll have to back away. And here goes the True Bantra. He immediately gets caught up by Junjun, and it all backfired. The call from Team Secret, unable to convert, and DTE, they got those 2 kills, and they're walking away with free Tyrant at hand.
2 kills and a Tyrant and a mid tower for DTE Gaming. That is what we call a warp trade. Xuan here onto the Dharma, engages onto CM, but you have the Soaring Green Jade here. He can cleanse the CC, and Tete just has no one to really capitalize on this goal. Having free range, having free hit, and really, Gushing and Xuan being punished for the engage that Xuan misses. So right now, DTE rocking that 4k goal lead into the mid game with the Tyrant buff. And I want to give props as well, Contra. The BB here with the Destructive Deluge catches 3 and freezes 3 of them, making sure that there's no further follow-up on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, that was really, really huge, and that's how they advanced to pull up with those kind of conversions over onto these members of Team Secret. So it's been looking rather tough. At least they do defend themselves at Crimson to be given over onto Sun. Now all eyes onto that Overlord as well, where currently they have to also man CM because he's being left unchecked, already having an entire wave crashing toward the bottom. So Xuan is already working overtime just to ensure that these waves are being managed. It definitely is going to be pretty tough on how Team Secret really wants to get that deep dive over onto CCS. He's looking to scale up and now is ahead against Sun by about 800 gold at the moment.
800 gold is definitely a big number, as well as CC here slowly but steadily approaching his 4th big item, which is the Siege Breaker. Pairing the Star Breaker, he's gonna be packing a punch. He can definitely 100-0 someone who is a squishy like the likes of Son or Shisan. And Nono here, he's a mage that's building tank, which is agreeable, a very standard build for the Mozi roam. But yet again, you're a mage as a roamer, but you're not gonna be able to tank these damages, and Xuan here being called out.
Oh no, this is gonna be a tough time for him to be caught out just like that. Xuan trying to hold on, even the True Bantra has been popped. All members pop on board as Xuan gets taken out. He didn't want to commit that flash as well as Pure Sky, so that leaves a little room for Team Secret, but they understand the rest of DTE is going to hover back on board, so they will not be able to secure even the Overlord when they wanted to go in for the exchange.
Ooh, tough side here coming in from Team Secret here because even though Stress stalled sufficient time, Son and Gushing was not able to secure the Overlord here, and if the Overlord falls through though,
it! He managed to take it away, so it does give a little bit more reprieve for Team Secret, but he sacrifices his life alongside with Xuan in order to stall even more for Team Secret. Wow.
Wow, but still, Gushing being managed to steal the Shadow Overlord is a big thing for Team Secret. It secures more time for Son to slowly scale into the full set item. With the active with the Shadow Vanguard, it can clear one wave and one approach from the side of DTE. So very good steal coming in from Gushing. A clutch steal, I would say, but it was not enough to really bring that back to the game because Son here might be caught out.
Yeah, speaking of which, they're just ensuring that there is still a little bit more of that wiggle room, so no further commitments whatsoever. And there we go. Soon getting himself another Azure Golem in hand, while the rest of Team Secret knows that they are going to be inside the jungle. Now, this Tyrant isn't going to be worthwhile for Team Secret to contest, while leading up to this Gushing, he did manage to get one steal. Maybe it requires 2 steals for them to come back in the game.
If he does manage to steal this, there's definitely a lot more hope for the South Team Secret to be able to come back from this game. But still, all tier 3 towers are still standing for the South Team Secret, and 14 minute marks, we see Son is slowly approaching to the full item. For the South DTE, good news that Zunzun and Chilchul are really racking up these gold leads here. So the priority is going on to TS to start off this Tyrant, as DTE Gaming has the Vanguard to really approach for the side of their clash lane.
Jun just over the corner wall. Is he going to be able to hop over to take it away? Shisun does secure it while they have No being caught out of position. Will be able to flash away while the rest of DTE, they will now have a full set of a wave over a mid side, while they have to also clear out that Vanguard over onto the clash lane at the very same time. A close call, but DTE, they were just allowing Team Secret a little bit more of that space as well as breathing room, so it's about to reach towards that break point where Son is going to get those full items up, and he's going to be that lethal marksman to be able to just shred those tanks from DTE.
I agree, Contra. I really want to give props to Team Secret. Gushing being the man, stealing away the Shadow Vanguard, allowing the Vanguard to be the wave pressures onto the side lane, thus messing up DTE's Gaming's pre-plan onto the Tyrant that they were supposed to secure in ending or putting the pressures onto the tier 3s of Team Secret. Right now, Tyrant is being held on Team Secret, and to be honest, right, the game is in a dead even state right now. Whoever gets an amazing engage will be able to seal the game.
Speaking of engage, there goes CM, as they will be able to pop. No, not much that he can do, as this Mosey is just going to be sacrificed in the process. Team Secret now drops the Annihilation, gets a little bit more vision done, as well as to try to clear out that minion wave that's crashing right in. So all in all, DTE still having some clean maneuvers despite losing a couple of Tyrants. Now looking for more, jumping over onto Xuan as they are chunking down, goosing to 50%, but they're in the high ground, so it's not worthwhile for them to dive just yet.
Not worthwhile indeed, as high ground, we're talking about Shisan with these spells, with these wave clears, definitely doing a good job in forcing out the attempts of DTE Gaming's push. But as we talk about, Nuo, you're on a Mozi. Although you're building tank, you're still a traditional mage. You take one of these flaming palms off a field build long, you're gonna be absolutely annihilated off the map. So right now, focus for DTE Gaming is moving on towards the Shadow Overlord. If they can secure this, they can definitely approach the high ground with more ease. Gushing here wants to push out the vision game for the Team Secret.
Yeah, you can see the lack of vision is definitely a little bit more obscene, where the Team Secret, they don't feel all too safe to just rotate around. So it's down to CM to try to at least ensure that this Overlord is going to be up for grabs. DTE, what's with that? That was a close call with the Annihilation, but not enough for Team Secret to tick one more down.
Zunzun, just as his name, his smite was Zunzun. So definitely props to Zunzun for securing that smite. So right now, the Overlord being secured on the side of DTE Gaming. If they don't really close out the match right now, there will be the Tempest Dragon, the potential comeback for Team Secret, or the inevitable end for Team Secret as well. So definitely a minute, the 2 minute that we are going to see so far, it's either going to be the end of the game or Team Secret will manage themselves an absolute comeback during Tempest Dragon.
it's going to be really pivotal for Chuen to be very involved when that Tempest arrives. But for now, they're already knocking down over onto the farm lane's turret. Just about enough power for them to clear off the wave in time, though it does leave that tower to be very, very brittle. 10 seconds from here on, we still have one more tyrant up for grabs, which I don't think that Team Secret is up for that challenge just yet. If they can find a little bit of pick off, that's going to be great. But they definitely do have the Vanguards occupying the majority of their time, and perhaps DTE looking to capitalize if they can once again remove Nono from being any part of that equation, since he is one of the most easy catch coming in from the side of Team Secret.
Yes, I do agree as well, and the big overlord here is crashing to the top side. Will DTE pull the trigger for their engage? But doesn't seem so, as Turtle here getting a cheeky poke onto the tower. So top and bot for the tier 3s are dangerously low on the side of DTE Gaming. One more wave being crashed on top side, and they might be able to secure this tower.
Firm defense, though. Despite that, they managed to eventually secure the tower, like you said. Now, it's just so much of that space given over onto DTE to just have that firm control over on the Tyrant. And then after that, it's 1 minute away for the Tempest to arrive on the top quadrant of the river. So this is getting very dicey, my friend. Goosing now, creating a little bit of passage, but I think it's safer for Team Secret to not be involved.
Team Secret definitely has to get some vision game onto the top side of the Tempest Dragon here. So if their bot lane tower goes down, that's going to be an absolute wave pressure that they have to attend to. We've seen time and time again, minions are not to be played around after 20-minute marks as they grow progressively stronger towards the end of the game. We've seen so far, Team Secret has been the victims of minions ending their base before back in honor of KC 2024. So they don't want to see a repeat of that happening. So they definitely have to attend to this tower in the ball lane. That's only a sliver of health. If that falls, they're gonna be losing absolutely all the priority onto the vision on the Tempest Dragon Contra.
Speaking of priority, we're looking at DTE having all that firm control just to try to control the tempo at the moment. They have a huge wave up top while you have CM shoving waves after waves, crashing over on the bottom. So the coast is not clear, but at least Team Secret will be able to handle the situation thus far. But taking a look at this, I mean, the Denway is already advancing on to the Tempest, and Team Secret, they don't know about it.
Don't know about it indeed, as they have waves to attack from all 3 lanes. Right now though, they pull off from the Tempest Dragon as they look to invade the blue buff before anything happens. So will they try to cheekily steal away this bot lane tier 3, or are they gonna be further pushing out these minions to the 24-minute mark, to the 25-minute mark, to a point where the minions are too hard for them to clear? That's when it's gonna be a lot more of a pressure. Shizan or Son gonna take so much time clearing these waves.
Sure enough, and as you can see, Team Secret on a very thin line. If they go for the approach for the Tempest, they might risk with all these waves crashing right through, which is well managed by the side of Chuen, responding onto CM's push so far. While the rest of these members are there looking for a little bit of a cheeky angle as well. I was concerned for Chuen as he was moving very closely to the side of Guan Yu, but look at this situation. Guising, he's now approaching, looking for Hao as they will dive right in. Chuen calls a shot! He brings in the True Mantra, and just like that, the Sage Sanctuary has already been popped on the side of Chuen, diving all the way back as they take out Zun Zun. The jungler is out. This might just be it. Team Secret hoping to turn the tides. Now it's going to be the catch over onto Sun with the dive set in from CM. The Guan Yu now running them down, and Team Secret is all but depleted with a Quadra on the hands of CC. A beautiful game, well played by DTE Gaming to close out this series in such a great fashion.
Great fashion indeed from Zun Zun, being caught up on all these engages. He immediately swaps his item towards the Sage Sanctuary, provides a second life, being able to sustain all these engages while reviving with so much health. Utilizing the Flourish, drawing so much time, so much attention from the side of Team Secret, allowing full range of Turtle on this long to do all the cleanups, landing a Quadra kill to close off the series.
Whoa.
Wow.
My mind was absolutely blown. That fight, DTE somehow turn it all around. That was a good initiation where they were thinking, hey, let's catch their jungler so that they can get that access onto the Tempest. Sure, they did manage to bring him down, but at what cost? That their positions were pretty much all over the place, and then CC with that vastness repositions, get that deep dive, and the catch from CM onto Sun just negates whatever damage output that Team Secret had in return. So that was just flawless execution on how they responded the regression of Team Secret, closing out the series. Wow, we can finally breathe.
We can finally breathe indeed, as that was an absolute banger of a series coming from DTE Gaming here. They were the ones crowned as the underdogs. Team Secret crowned as the gatekeepers towards the top 4 slot. Right now, DTE Gaming losing such a not convincing game 1 towards Team Secret, immediately pulling out the big guns, landing game after game of clean 2-0 from the get-go. That was an absolute masterclass of a game from DTE Gaming in closing out the final game, the comeback game against Team Secret Contra.
Yeah, you did mention all the swap of defensive items. I actually did think that Sun Tzu was actually fully taken out, and then he just revives himself time and time again. So it's still a flawless record coming in for his damn way, while I would say commending effort for the rest of Team Secret for calling that shot where they could have perhaps waited for them to commit into the Tempest. And that was what DTE Gaming wanted, right? You wanted the rest of Team Secret to be engaged into a fight that they could convincingly turn the tides around. And BB's impact is absolutely huge in this match.
Absolutely huge. I do agree with you as well, because time and time again, we've seen all these engages being done by BB, all these disengages being done by BB as well. The flowing side, the destructive deluge to really zone off a patch of the map to really not allow Team Secret to fully walk up as the tank, as Gushing is on the Ogran. Really, props to BB as well, playing a master class of a mage, a control mage, really providing the value.
Yeah, overall, it was just a beautiful series. Kudos to Team Secret, kudos to DTE. Even more when we look at them coming up ahead, so we'll get that big update. Don't they have to share pretty much that $300 chunk, right? So I think like with that game quality, it is absolutely well deserved on how these teams have been able to overcome some of the challenges where DTE back-to-back win, going for that reverse sweep, and for most part of this matchup, they were in firm control.
Oh, they were definitely in full control, because looking at how the game progresses, at one point it was a stalemate 6-0 nearing the Tempest, and DTE was calm, collected, compiling their goal leads slow and steady, collecting the waves, collecting buffs, invading the jungle, making sure that all tier 1s were down on the side of Team Secret. At one point, Team Secret does hold strong, maintaining 2 tier 1s, but yet again, at the end of the game, Team Secret were the ones to voluntarily pull the trigger on Strand's Engage. But Dunzun, really, pulling out 3 item swaps. He swapped from the Phantom into the Sage Sanctuary, from the Sage Sanctuary into the Destiny, pulling so much time, and even at the end of everything, he was still alive.
It's crazy, man. I mean, they were just absolutely built different. DTE Gaming, onwards and upwards, just like how this goal graph is just defining their success overall here in the third game of the series. So I hope to, of course, hear even more good news, as the Realme MVP this time around is none other than DTE's CC.
CC indeed, as this man, he had an absolute masterclass game on channel in game 2, not really faltering too much, and played his position to a perfection. Rocking that KD, as you mentioned, 604, 21% damage dealt, 14% damage taken, and a total goal of 23%. He was definitely one of the key pieces that was required in DTE's comeback 2-1 against Team Secret Contra.
Yeah, especially on that very final fight, he just had some really core position, and if he were to be in a little bit of a sticky ride, then you have seen him always preemptively pulling in the vastness just to quickly reposition. And because of that, it really caused a stir on Team Secret. Like, you can't exactly get that perfect catch onto the Sloan, then who exactly could you really take down? And that first blood actually funneled him, ramped up his items in order to have that major impact in this game.
And this was a deciding fight that really turned the tables for DTE Gaming onto Team Secret. Sean here falters twice and does not respect the enemy and being caught out. And so far, Gushing here got the crucial kill theft onto the Shadow Overlord, but that was just delaying the inevitable, and this was what I'm talking about. Destructive Deluge, catching tree, and making sure that the final nail in the coffin was disengaged. Look at Zun. The fandom being proud, immediately swapped his swords to Siege Sanctuary, stalling all the damage from TS, Son, and Gushing.
You can see how offensively Sisi has actually played out with his fastness to go in for the deep dive, because Junjun has done just about enough for them to be pretty much split apart, and then that recommitment coming in from him to secure that quadra kill to also end it was just the perfect way to just close up the series.
Closing out the series definitely required all members of DTE Gaming to really step up. CM on the duty to scout out the vision, looking for the location, the position of Sean, who was out of vision, looking for these Truth Mantra flanks. But Truth Mantra was not landing all these truthful mantras onto the backline. And CM does such a good job scouting out these visions. Noticing the fact that Zun has absorbed all the spells, all the utilities coming in from Team Secret, and then he goes in with the Infinite Vastness, catching off Son on the Lady Sun, thus ending the reverse sweep, ending it in what they wanted. 2-1 going to DTE Gaming.
And that concludes the highlight match of the evening, but there's still more to go because the next match might just be just as explosive. It's Doda versus Nova Esports. Well, you know, we just couldn't really get over how beautiful that series was, and now it's time to behold another one. So Nova, Doda, can Doda find a way to put a dent up against some of the heavy hitters up there, as Nova is hoping to secure another streak of wins. So therefore, we'll take a little bit of a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you the final series to close off week 3. So do stay tuned.
Do stay tuned, and we'll see you guys.
John, why you leave me? Look into my eyes. Tell me why, baby, why? Why?
Hey John, your last time you were damn right.
It's true, but I left for results. Team Secret, pastikan korang points cukup sebelum lawan kita. Kalau you lawan kita, you akan kalah.
DTE Gaming 如果遇到我们的话，就准备被我们当热手的对手吧。
来吧，马可达伊的教学。来个哟。
这个队伍，
Doda.
我之前都没有听到过，后续祝你们好运吧。
你们起哄完了？他们在那边化妆，no 啊，听说你们刚刚得了一个世界冠军。
Very strong. They were going to be the champions, or at least the top contender. But Nongshim, the champion, wasn't synonymous.
但是对我们来说，你只是我们的 carry tag。no 吧？
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to Honor of Kings, the update with the most perks ever. A great battle is about to begin in the new season. All alone? New mode, platform bounce, quick join team fight.
You know I'm ready to feast. Out of the belly at least, I'm ready to eat. They wanna bury the beast, but did it nefariously. I'm back active, grab action, leg work and some back spasm. No need, but I'm back spazzing. Good now, but you wanna be great. Show me, ain't nothing left that I came to say. Show me. Show me.
It's high five day. No one loses.
All about another round.
High five day. Tons of team perks.
Crimson ambitions! Dangerous element removed. Supercore enabled! Always at the front line! Even the most advanced mecha modifications can't remove the propensity for violence. The first rule of mechas: never bully the weak. It seems that your alloy brain is malfunctioning.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills. but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Hello, mate? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no one to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
Eyes are so complicated.
Welcome back, Warriors. Now we're down to our final series to wrap up the entirety of Week 3 of the MKL Spring Season 2025. But man, Sagi, I know both of us couldn't get over the fact that DT has been able to surpass Team Secret on that last series, but we still got another one to cover here because Nova is about to take on members of Team Todak.
Ooh, that last series was really something amazing. Definitely worthy of a highlight that we covered, really. DT as the underdogs, Team Secret as the gatekeepers, and definitely the underdogs this time crashed through the gates and are looking to really mess up the equilibrium of the top 4. Talking about top 4s, definitely today we're featuring Nova Esports versus Todak for our final series of Week 3. So let's check out the team lineups real quick, where we have Todak stay in the mid lane, CCS in their cash lane for Todak, Hua as their jungle this week for Todak, and Sadness in the farm lane, and Anda as their roamer contra.
Yeah, it definitely will be very interesting to see how Todak will be able to fare up against some of the finest out of Malaysia. Nova Esports so far have stemmed their footing on the course of the charts, despite just being a couple of points shy behind the members of Blackshore Esports that goes absolutely undefeated. So perhaps Todak might be inspired by the Cinderella story ran by the side of DTE, hoping to perhaps puncture through up against the rest of Nova. But when we move into this equation, we're definitely going to be focusing our story around both the mid laners Stay and Wendy.
Wow, 15.5 KDA on Nova Wendy. Okay, in terms of stats, we've seen so far Nova as the champion team, Wendy as one of their best or most core player in the team. He's rocking an absolute monster of a stats when in comparison against Stay. So definitely mid lane is definitely gonna be a big setup for both teams, right? Definitely stats is not everything, as we've seen from time to time. Stay has made these key engages, key knockups, key plays on My Shiranui, these key worlds on board to really set up his team for success. So definitely a clash in the mid lane is definitely Stay, the student, challenging Wendy, the master.
Yeah, Wendy definitely have ample of experience from the KPL region, and also bringing his wealth of knowledge, where he's looking to be the kind of unkillable Demon King, as he has been showing us plenty of powers on almost every type of control mages. And if you need him to go on something as aggressive as My Shiranui, he could also hold no punches and of course go for those big exchanges. But look at Doda. As much as they haven't had the cleanest record, they've been able to cause upsets back in some of their prior runs before. So I really do wonder if this is going to be the case up against another heavyweight titan, which, you know, it's going to be a tough feat. But judging from DTE's performance, although of course you could argue that it's different caliber of players or whatsoever not, I still think that there are some form of hope for the side of Toda to be able to form something up moving into the series.
But let's move on to the draft real quick, as Toda banning out the one of the best picks coming in from Nova Esports, which is the My Shiranui. As we talked about from time and time again since HOK S3, the semi-finals, the grand finals, when it comes down to the best of 7, to the ultimate battle, we will see Wendy with his signature My Shiranui undefeated. So right now, Wendy locking in, being locked away from the My Shiranui as Nova Esports answers with their early ban, and that will be progressing throughout the draft as we see once again Pei being sent on to the ban slot. So Nova Esports here, will you ban out the Diadia, or will you ban out the Luna that's been realistically being banned out for almost the entire day so far?
Yeah, this might just be the very first time that we actually get to see the Luna being left up for grabs. So Toda, are they going to take their chances here to secure it, or will they default to something a little bit more steady like a Zhang Fei as a roamer? So plenty of options up for the taking while they went for a first pick Byron. Very interesting opener from Toda.
Yeah, usually we don't really see a first pick Byron here in terms of the clash lane. The main focus usually falls onto the Mayin, to the Dharma, but since Byron has been picked on the side of Toda, Nova Esports goes back to standard, goes back to the books, locks in that Zhang Fei and Long that we've seen has found lots of success in the laning phase, in the mid game with all these unbridled outbursts, and slowly but steadily bringing the Long to a fruition when he hits that 3-item power spike.
Yeah, and now further doubling down, they did manage to secure the Luna on their side, as it will really have to require the rest of the dot to be playing on the very high tempo, and to also match up to that, bring the secure, maybe trailing right behind this Luna in order to form a catch is going to be the key idea of how Toda wants to go in for the execution. While that has been responding in kind, they definitely have to secure their clash lane, and of course, it will be the Dharma being picked up by Nova.
Nova definitely picking up a very devastating combo here, Dharma and Zhang Fei. Time and time again, we've seen this combo being picked in the international tournaments, the global tournaments, multiple leagues across the HOK esports scene. So these two picks has made a lot of miracle plays, a lot of miracle setups per se for the team's success. So definitely something to really ban out. And Nova Esports, I definitely like the DRNG ban because DRNG can get himself all these sticky situations with the CC removal. And definitely DRNG is one of the main carries towards Long, along with the Lady Sun. So Nova Esports here putting a lot of the ban pressure onto the lane counters for the Long. And on the side of Toda, they ban out the Ukyo Tachibana alongside maybe with another jungle ban. Will it be the Jing? Will it be the Wukong that Seaboy has notoriously been bringing out with much success, Contra?
Yeah, well, it's so interesting over on the course of banning out where there are certain substitutions of similar kind of junglers, like maybe you could consider a Musashi or even Pei has been being removed, so Dota really does not want to face the kind of carry jungle that's being brought forward by CY. So what exactly are the options left available for Nova Esports to also match up to the tempo of this Luna? And if they want to default back to a tank jungler, I guess you still got plenty to actually grab, whether it's a Dune, whether if it's going to be a Gudo. I think that they definitely do need a little bit more damage, and they're bringing in the Wukong. We haven't seen this in a long while.
You haven't seen a long while indeed, and the previous time that we've seen it was Todak, Hua Hua on the Wukong, which did not find much of a success, and Nova Esports, the last time they picked it was backtrack back into HOK S3 as one of the key picks which brought them to the ultimate battle. So right now, CY here, we called it, he picked up the Wukong, as notoriously speaking, you do not want to pick a tank jungle into the Luna, as it will just be prey for food towards the Luna. So right now, Wukong being locked in for side CY, it's a contest, it's a battle between carry junglers. Are we gonna see CY obliterating the backline of Todak? Are we gonna see Luna flying around the side of Nova Esports looking for these amazing moon dancers? On the side of Todak, they lock in the Shoyue, which is notoriously known as a late game powerhouse. Once he hits that 4 items, he's gonna be an absolute beast. And to lock it off, they pick up the Yixing.
Yeah, I really do like all these grand ideas coming in from Dota. A lot of huge AoE setups, as well as some poke potential coming in from the Yixing as well as the Shoyue. And once they do hit that late game power spike, then Sadness might be able to at least cause quite a stir. But when we take a look at Nova, you have multiple dive avenues, whether if it's a Wukong, Dharma, or even the Zhangfei, to be running up over the Shoyue. And early game Shoyue, not exactly the most nimble out there, since he doesn't really have too much mobility in his kit. Now, they're gonna further complete their draft with Gan and Mo. So when push comes to shove, when he does activate his ult, getting a little bit more range on those couple blades, might be able to snipe the sniper Shoyue himself.
Yeah, lots of artillery damage coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. Ganemo with the couple blades, Long with the flaming pop, and Wukong with the crits is definitely going to be packing a big punch in the side of Todak's backline. So right now, let's look at both teams' draft, right? On the side of Todak, you're a lot of a brawling, bruiser, fighter type of like skirmish that you want to look out for. Whereas Nova, you want these immediate engages. Dharma, Zhangfei, looking for the backline, looking for multi-man engages with Ganmo, CY, and Long, looking for this immediate follow-up damage. So both teams looking to play towards their favorite style. And knowing for the fact that Todak, they're here to challenge Nova Esports. They pick a very mechanical setup that requires a lot of micro skill to pull off. But without further ado, let's hop on to our final series of week 3 between Todak and Nova Esports.
Here we go. Spicy drafts, especially with the Wukong to also match up with the Luna. I really want to see how well the CY does on this specific hero, as they're already on pretty standard sorts, other than having the secure to be manning over on to the mid lane. Eventually followed by a rotation down bottom side, which Waypit is already blocking the entry, so this secure has got to kind of squeeze right through with the Mulberry Slam. Anda got it?
Anda got it.
Okay.
Anda sniped through it, the smite, and he successfully stolen it away. So that's 2 objectives coming in, and Wuchi here getting knocked up and burned his health. So cheeky flash here coming in from Anda. So in terms of neutral objectives, Todak has been really going through the early game and has secured 2 neutral objectives so far, Contra.
Yeah, I really do like the pacing that Todak has been playing, at the very least coming from Anda. Very willing to really put in the pressures, regain that momentum where Nova was hoping to steal that away. Now, with the birdie now taken out by Nova, at least they are not really pretty much too far behind, generating a little bit more that goal. While Byron over on the top side, so far pushing very heavily towards the Dharma, while they're scuffling for that river spike that will be secured by CY.
Yeah, CY here trying to look for a specific engage onto stay, but range here not quite enough. But yeah, we're talking about the mid lane matchup right here, but 4-man strong from both teams hovering to the bottom side of both teams. So right now, it's a battle between carry jungler, CY versus Hua Hua, Wukong versus Luna, right? It's definitely not something we will see on a normal day, but definitely, both teams definitely want to prioritize on this mid priority. It's an essence. Mid priority, whoever gets it gets to move across the map. Moving across the maps allows you to first reach a lane. Reaching a lane allows you to put pressure. Pressure gives you more priority, and it cycles throughout the game.
Yeah, I love the way that you actually broke it down. Right now, Schwen hops on board, still waiting for the right moment for a true backtrack. It does connect, securing Wendy the first blood with the couple blades.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Xuan and Wendy. That's the synergy that we want to see from this combo. Xuan here, knowing the fact that CCS burned Flash in front of him immediately. Truth Mantra on the wall, and Wendy calm, collected, and patient. Landing the Empower couple plays, immediately deleting the health bar of CCS on this Byron. Beautifully stuff coming in from Nova Esports.
Yeah, well disciplined as well from the side of Shredden, understanding that he has to burn the Flash in order to secure it, and he has been able to time it to perfection. While CY further causes a little bit more pressure up mid, Stay has been able to at least show up alongside with CCS this time, just to manage this wave. While Huahua still soaking whatever EXP he could coming from the Clash lane, will be able to take that teleporter onto other sides as he arrives over on mid.
Yeah, 30 seconds right now towards the Tyrant. We might see a full-fledged fight here, but in terms of the engage department, it's definitely favored towards the side of Nova. As you have the Dharma with the Truth Mantra, with the setup, you have Wave Pit on his favorite Zhang Fei. So right here, right now, all these teams, both teams have their own signature way of pulling out these team fights here. CCS looking on the engage onto Wendy, but does not get it.
Yep, all these form of tussle, Toda tries to find a little bit, and despite whatever damage output that there is, it's being pumped towards weapon, which he gladly tanks. He still has the umbrella outburst, so it's not too worrisome while they're trying to secure a little bit more of that advantage to open up this Siren Pit. We're already looking at a couple of pokes coming in from the side of Muchi, but no further commitments as there is plenty of vision coming in from Toda.
Plenty of vision to really scout out the whereabouts of Nova Esports, making sure that these flanks don't come into the side of Sadness, which really need to farm until these 3 or 4 items into this late game. And of course, both sides taking the same approach as they want to clear out their jungle, take the buffs for their junglers first, so their jungle get to scale to this comfortable mid game here. But hold on a second, as a pressure comes into the bot lane as Nova secures the first tower of the game onto the bot lane of Toda.
And first, robbing in time with Schwen to just lead the rest of Toda to just lose over that prio over on the tower as well as the Tyrant. So very clean take so far coming from Nova Esports, with actually Huahua securing the Overlord at the very same time in response.
In response to securing the Overlord, is just really minimizing the pain that they're getting right now, because one tower down, that's one lesser lane that Sadness can farm on this Shoyu, that's desperately looking to complete his Daybreaker as the 3rd item, the Sun Chaser as the 4th item. So really, we really need, if Toda wants to find a way to capitalize on this game, is Huahua with these engages, Huahua with these mobility, and then taking enough time for Sadness to really scale into this 4-item beast. But really, Nova Esports, will you allow that to happen? Let's find out.
Yeah, probably they're not looking for them to get these kind of easy advantages, while with all that there is, that pressure is just about enough to be able to crack open the turret, while the rest of Toda at least holding on very defensively. Still not too much of a big fight to be broken loose just yet, since no objectives are up for grabs, but CCS now gets spotted out by the side of CY. Instead, they hop over to Huahua to be the main priority target. Now that the Luna is down and out, what hyper carry are we talking about from Toda?
Hyper carry, hyper gone from that side. Truth Mantra into the wall with the Golden Krugel to further making sure that he has no way of utilizing his any forms of mobility to escape from that sticky situation. Huahua here definitely have to look for his tenacity to really remove himself from these sticky situations. So right now, it's just 2 kills, but it's already a 2,000 gold lead at 6 minutes for the side of Nova Esports. They're just playing this calm, collected macro game, making sure that all their carries have the sufficient items before they really break down and knock on the crystal of Toda.
Yeah, just like that, Toda is unmanning their top portion of the map, and that is Nova acquiring that tier 2 tower up top. So that being said, I mean, you just take a look at the damage output from Muchi. It's already pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. Despite Sadness matching up to speed on the gold game for the moment, it doesn't seem like he has any form of priority. Like you said, he lost that tower early on over on to the farm lane, and he's gonna lose a lot more funneling of these gold, while the rest of Toda had to commit that board just to ensure their safety.
Or being laid off just to really push off Wendy and friends to capitalize on this mid tower. So realistically speaking, that is the passive being gone away from Stay. That is no longer here to stay as well. So right now, Nova wanting to capitalize on Luna's most favorite and most important buff, the Azure Golem. The key factor here, if Luna does not secure the Azure Golem, it's gonna be definitely a quick trigger, but fight comes up mid.
Whoa, that flaming palm just annihilates Anna. Despite that flash being committed, they lock them inside the board and try to snipe Waypit down. Not enough damage output coming in from Dota to even respond to the aggressive side of Nova.
Nova Esports getting a cheeky catch onto the Andog, making sure that knockups, the burst. Andog definitely cannot tank through so much damage here, right? The Flaming Palm, the critical strikes coming in from CY's Wukong. So, a very good fight back coming in from Todak State to really, okay, come from it.
He has to pop them fastest after flashing aggressively. With CCS presence, they cannot pursue any further. So, Seeker responds while they are catching this Byron out. Can he actually move out? It's actually Huahua. And once again, this Luna does not see any form of daylight as he's put to sleep yet again.
Put to sleep by the critical strikes coming in from this Wukong. Already finishing the Eternity Blade and the Shadow Reaper, further enhancing his crit damage. So right now, this CY is unstoppable because there's no true tank coming in from Todak, right? Todak, and that's not a true tank, he's a utility roamer. He gets the arm mill, he gets the tanky item, that's only on the HP department. CCS here, he's buying bruiser items, he's not necessarily your tank, but hold on here, Engage coming through mid.
Oh, CY just obliterates Byron, and you were just talking about tanks? That doesn't look too much of a tank to me when we take a look at the items. He's barely completing his Blazing Cape yet, so it's definitely a little bit tough task, but they did manage to at least catch CY while he tries to snatch away that Crimson.
Overconfident here coming in from CY. Yes, you got the kill, but you left the existence, the team, the macro of your team. Went in for the steal, asserted dominance, but failed to get out. So a bit of cheeky play coming in from CY. But hey, at least there's more time to spare for Huahua to really farm on this Luna. And good news for the side of Todak. Sadness here got the kill, got the double buffs, and is slowly scaling towards the 10-minute mark to the Daybreaker that he desperately needs to really take down Waypit and Strand on these major carry tanks.
Indeed, and you really gotta find that space for CCS to also beefing up. While he does have that Pure Sky, it's kind of like a little bit of a more aggressive kind of setup coming for the Byron. But realistically, they needed more defense, so I don't think they will be able to challenge for this Tyrant. While it is a Shoyan that has to pop that flash to get away to safety, he does still have his Truth Mantra intact if he really wants to try to turn the tides around. They spot out CCS. Well, Waypit just completely negating any form of maneuver. Outburst down, channel out with the board blocking it in place. He further recommits, knocking them up and securing not one, but 2 kills. Make it 3 as CY chases onto Huahua. Where are you going, my friend? Back into the battle.
Immediately after the Tyrant, Nova pulls the trigger, immediately with the engage. Everybody follows up. Wendy follows up with the flash couple blades to seal off any exit path that Todak has. And look at here, Strand here, forcing the flash away from Stay, and they are capitalizing onto the mid turret on the side of Todak. And this might be key here, ladies and gentlemen, as Sad is dangerously though.
Well, Muchi just runs right through them, and it does not matter where if that base is going to be hitting onto him. He still has the fastest. Now they try to pull all the way back. Todak has now respawned, but it's not going to be enough. A double kill to seal the deal as CY just rampaged their way into securing this first win of the series.
Well, I wouldn't call that a fast win, but definitely that was a slow and convincing win coming in front side from Nova Esports. Mid-game was slow. Yes, you do have some engages left, right, and center, but all in all, Todak did put up a pretty good fight in the mid-game to really delay the game to a, not to say an even state, but it's like around 3,000 gold. We've seen from time to time again, maybe the likes of Seoul Esports, O2, they get absolutely demolished for the side of Nova Esports. So maybe that's a bit of a, you know, pat at the back for Todak. Hey, you at least did well, you hold on well. For the side of Nova Esports, as usual, our champions of Malaysia, they really played it to a masterclass. So what? We don't have a 10,000 goal lead. Immediately, we hop onto the Tyrant at 10-minute mark, and immediately we close off the game with a decisive engage from our engager, which is Waypit on the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, and overall, Wave Pit definitely had such a major impact in majority of this battle, especially on the last one where he, as much as he's being brought down low, he recommits with the Unbridled Outburst, and that further setting them up with a crucial crowd control, knocking two members up, and then Nova sees that perfect opportunity. They just run right through them. So ideally, Toda really wants to activate not only Shoryue, but also Hua Hua in the span of that early round. But because of their inability to do so, they were pretty much shoved all around. That Luna, without the Azure Golem, is just gonna have such a tough time around the field. So evidently there was not major impact coming from Hua Hua. So Toda might want to look into a certain form of the composition that eases their execution instead.
I do agree as well. Execution is the name of the game in this draft, because definitely Toda drafted a game draft that's not really easy to play for these 5 players. In terms of the damage department, you are definitely lacking against Nova Esports. In terms of the engage department, same as well. And in terms of the tankiness for someone to tank in front of Sadness, for him to deal DPS is not enough as well. If you look at the fight that we saw so far, the moment Nova Whip Hit and triggers unleashes the Unbridled Outburst, it's just GG for South Toda Esports. There's nothing that you can do to really fight back with this draft.
True enough, and as much as we're trying to build something in return, it really felt like a lot of all these pressure points were starting to crack. We started off over onto the bottom side of the map, where with the turret of the farm lane being gone, then ideally you just have so little space for Sadness to be able to ramp up into that late game beast that he should have been. And as much as he matches with Muchi just about well enough in lane, it's hard to have real impact when your teammates are so far behind.
So far behind indeed, and just check out the goal graph real quick. See, slow and steady for the side of Nova Esports in the 7-minute mark. The moment they hit that 10-minute, immediately avalanche to the end of the game. That one crew engaged from side of Wave Pit was detrimental for the success of Toda Esports, and it really closed out the game in an instant for Nova Esports.
Yep, and Nova so far playing pretty much a stock standard format where they're just confident enough to be able to, look for a slow build-up of a lead and then just further crushing them later on. As much as we see CY, he could have maybe executed some invades a little bit cleaner. He wasn't fully punished for most part, so that Wukong definitely was miles up ahead versus Luna, which was why they have that pure confidence to just propel forward, full send it into this big fight erupting. So Nova, they knew exactly what they needed to do in order to secure this first game. Moving into game 2 though, I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be changes, but before we even get to that, this is our MVP of the series.
Nova CY rocking that Wukong pick that got him what he needed in HOKS3. So right now, you will wonder, this Wukong pick, is it real or is it fake? But definitely on the hands of CY is the real deal. Rocking a KDA of 612, 23% damage, and 24% damage taken with a 25% total goal. So definitely a player that utilizes his goal well in terms of damage taken department and damage dealing. So definitely, CY, a master of the Wukong.
He definitely is the Monkey King of it all. CY have been really showing us so many different drafts, and he's just so proficient, especially when you say that he has definitely had stellar games on this Wukong. It's just him and his absolute comfort.
This was definitely one of the key plays that I want to point out for Nova. Their macro, their micro, everything is so on point. Look at this. Wawa had no way of escaping at all. Knockups after knockups, definitely securing the kills for the side of Nova Esports. And almost, look at this. Once again, Hua Hua being punished for pushing the silent immediately. CY pushes through and annihilates him off the map. So definitely, if you play an assassin, you gotta respect the silent when you're on the losing end. And this was a game-ending fight where I mentioned, the moment Wave Pit unleashes the Unbridled Outburst, that's just GG on the side of Toda. Clean game coming from Nova Esports Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say so. Where just by annihilating 3 of their members, there was nobody that's reliable enough to be able to clear off all these minion waves. Despite them respawning in time, it was too little too late. So Nova, the ball is in their court. I don't think that they're going to be all too pressured onto how different of a draft that they will be picking up. Surely, of course, with global ban implemented, then we're going to be seeing them to be at least having a little bit more of that comfortability, even if you were to look at a different tempo of match, right? So that Luna pick was not really working out for the side of Dodak. Maybe go back into a tank jungler for them to have a more stable run.
Definitely going back to a tank jungle will make the game much easier on the side of Todak. But yet again, if we were to break down why Todak wanted to go for the Luna, why they wanted to go for the Assassin, if you were to compare in terms of raw strength and raw team capability, definitely if you want to play the macro, the standard textbook style of game, Nova Esports definitely has all of it what's to take to really close out the game in a very fast manner against Todak. Maybe that's why Todak, in terms of draft, they want to draft this very unique playstyle to really break something, to really scratch Nova Esports. Maybe they might bleed, but let's check out Game 2's draft, and Nova Esports has already banned out the Dharma and Todak, banning out Wendy's signature Mai Shira Nui contra.
It definitely is a must-ban when you're facing up against Nova Esports, or else Wendy's just gonna have some of the smoothest crews around his mid lane. So that being said, no downplay for the rest of Todak. Same goes for the rest of the field. Now that they are removing the Arlie from the equation. So Muchi, he could still go for other marksmen that he played that long over onto the prior matchup. So we'll have to see. Nova, they do have the Diadia available if they really want to. And immediately, that's going to be the first pick for Nova Esports.
Waypip getting up his favorite Diadia pick. Definitely a tempo setter and a lane dominator. So a very crucial pick on the side of Nova Esports has been picked up. Which, by the way, marksman options is quite low for the side of Nova Esports. Maybe they might default back to the Lady Sun, back to the ENG, which they have found success on with the combo of Diadia right now. So on the side of Todak, what are you looking to lock in? Marine, which is one of the best clashes right now that you can blind pick into, and without further delay, they lock in the Long as well as their marksman pick. So which leads to the question, Nova Esports, how would you want to bully this Long? Do you want to go the Ladies' approach, or do you want to go the D-J approach? So what's the call here, Nova?
Well, they will just answer your question right here with the D-J, and further doubling down if they could just lock them with the board, bringing this Yixing into the equation, which Wendy have shown with absolute prowess on this mage itself. So Dota, perhaps they're looking to secure a Dolia if they want to ensure a little bit more of that safety net for Lone to go in with that double vastness, whether it's to disengage or re-engage. So just like I call it, this is just going to be the modus operandi for Dodak. Now, moving into the second phase of the draft, Nova sees that Dolia being picked up, so they're probably marking down on the lane. Well, technically, they've already secured the bargain, so they don't really have to do so. Maybe a Dun ban could be needed here from the side of Nova, and just like that, it's just perfectly panned out.
Perfectly panned out, as really Dolia and Dolia Elaine, Dolia Dune, definitely the key combos here in setting up the early tempo for the game. So Nova Esports and Todak here, both banning out the junglers, and Todak here might want to limit the capability of CY here. Defaulting him back to a tank is their best option here, as pay is still up for the grab on the side of Nova Esports and Todak here. So what seems to be the case, as Byron here banned out on the side of Todak here, allowing CCS to have more time, more breathing room, as Byron is definitely one of the best lane bullies so far in the Clash lane of this patch, Contra.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And now Nova Esports, they have yet to secure their Clash lane, so I'm really wondering if what exactly will they be pairing that up with, since there was that Dharma that was being played out in that previous series. No Mankey for Todak, so no double Dream Roam at the very same time. Todak, they're slowly thinning out the pool and find themselves having a little struggle to secure their jungler, so they will at least respond back with Anua in the mid lanes to stay. Definitely will have a very interesting matchup to be able to hold Wendy on the block.
Definitely we might see something like a Nua Dolia combo, double annihilation, big snipes coming in. For the side of Nova Esports here, are you looking for the pay route, or are you looking for the traditional all-ground route where they really favor when they have these double carries, right? For the side of Shen, your pool is quite limited right now. Does he want us to show like the Sun Ce, or what is he cooking right here? Is it his favorite Guan Yu? But yet again, They lock in the Musashi, they lock in the Suncha. Both comfort picks for the players of Nova Esports. Very well-rounded draft from Nova Esports. And for Todak, 2 round of their draft, they picked the Agudo, which is also a decent combo with the Dolia, with the double Gorge mobilization.
Yeah, I really do love the ideas coming right in, and especially for Toda. That kind of staple where you will be able to still have decent enough front line to work with, but it's exactly the tankiest since they're going for a utility type of support. So Nova, all eyes are on CY yet again on this Musashi, on what kind of early pickings that he can acquire in the span of the run.
Right now, we see both drafts. I do actually agree that this game, Toda has drafted them much better draft compared to last game, but in terms of the textbook playstyle, we will have to give props to Nova Esports for showing us what it means to be the best in terms of this playstyle. So Todak here, as the challengers, we hope to really see if they are up to the challenge to actually make the gods, which is Nova Esports, bleed. But without further ado, let's hop on to game 2 between Nova Esports and Todak. Will Todak be able to get 1 point back, or will Nova Esports end week 3 with a perfect score as well?
It's too better for the side of Todak to be able to just secure themselves a point in this series, while love back and forth exchanges between both roamers as they're pathing their way down to the bottom to try to form up a little bit of resistance. But Waypit, he's closing right in. Stay has to fall into the inner portion of his jungle. Here comes Anda here, providing a pull for Sadness to regain a little bit more of that health, but Party to secure themselves the neutral objective right down bottom. It's gonna be a little bit tense with the emergence arriving over on bottom. That's where Nova will have to give that bird away to the hands of Toda.
Early 3v3 coming in from the bot side. Both teams not wanting to let go of the draft that they have picked. Both wanting to revolve around their marksman here. Looking at the gold graph and the EXP chart real quick, it seems that Sadness comes up ahead as he's already level 3 compared to Muchi, which is level 2. So slight, very minor win on the side of Toda, which is a good news for them. But slow, another fight comes out bot lane.
This is going to be a little bit of a tug of war, but no further commitments whatsoever. And like I said, it's only a small little gains coming in from the side of Toda at the very least, where at least they're building on to something for this low to trickle them down with the Flaming Palms, where they are currently under threat. And one more good emergence coming from Stay could be very lethal. Speaking of which, arriving underneath the turret, now Waypit's gonna be able to knock them back. Buys enough time for Wendy to appear. Is he gonna be dropping the board? Doesn't seem like he gotten some good angles, so he will hold back.
Emergence seems to be too aggressive here, landing directly towards the turret, immediately being binded by Waypit's Diadia, immediately having to force the flash. So maybe a small mistake here coming in from Stay, and a 1v1 top lane coming through as Shen versus CCS.
Whoa, Shen dropping very low. They're trying to connect another knockover on to Gizmayin, so CCS had popped that flash. Meanwhile, Shen kept his flash intact because he kind of understands that when you use those whatever's coming from the main, they only have a few charges now. We are looking at the Gorge mobilization ready to drop right in. Hua tries to make it an escape, but he will be caught up by Waypit for first blood in the hands of Nova.
Too deep, Hua. You stood too deep to the jungle of Nova Esports, and you got punished by the due to the death by CY immediately. They capitalized on Hua overextended in the jungle of Nova Esports here. That's not what you want to be doing against Nova Esports here, as they capitalize on any mistake, whether minor, whether major, that's where they will show off.
Yeah, then that is an absolute no-go zone for Toda, right? Overextending, like you said, Hua kind of playing with fire with that one, so hopefully he's gonna be making at least a cleaner invade, at least with a little bit more vision provided. Speaking which, oh, CY! That's daylight robbery! Hopping on top of Snake because he understands he already popped the flash with that emergence down by.
That was a cause-related effect as he burned the flash at the bot lane, like you said, immediately being punished for overstepping in the mid lane. We are mage with no mobility there, buddy. That's not where you want to be. And the mid lane River Sprite goes on the side of Nova Esports, further expanding their lead in the first 4 minutes of the game. That's already 1.4k gold lead going to the side of Nova Esports right before Tyrant spawns Contra. Things looks devastating for Toda right now.
Very devastating indeed. We're currently, as it stands, Wendy's forming one level ahead of Stay. potentially even 2 levels if they are getting caught out yet again with a little bit more pressure coming in from the side of Dota in order to stall for this Tyrant.
Sneaky though, CCS here, looking for an engage onto CY or Wendy, whoever's trying to rotate back to the mid lane. So mid priority here being secured on the side of Toda. They might look to start off the Tyrant here. But don't forget, Xuan has to set sail. He can approach right in time real quick. Emergence coming in through.
Very defensive emergence just to keep Sadness alive while there is still the rest of these members falling right through where Dota has been able to secure themselves a turret, but by doing so, then leaving the top portion of the map unmanned. CCS responds in kind, and immediately the Sentinel used defensively for Xuan to recommit. Now we're also looking for a little bit of a tussle coming from Waypit, just putting on that pressure. Xuan will bounce right towards the bottom, and that forces the rest of Dota to back away, leaving the turret pretty much taken down.
Beautiful stuff here coming from Nova Esports here, directly rotating strength towards backside, but fight comes through top side.
Well, Art dropping right in. They try to use the annihilation to get those vision done, but it's Xuan under tread. The rest of Dota are trying to form up against this Xuan, who's currently still holding firm, still has the flash available, while ZY tries to clear out that middle waves. This is going to be the fastest being popped preemptively coming from the side of Sadness, while it will be Nova neutralizing that form of engage coming in from Toda.
And another invade here coming to the side of Nova Esports. They know the health bars on the side of Toda is low and they want this Crimson Golem. So no contest here coming inside from Toda due to their low health bars here. So look at that. They're continuing their dominance right through the top side. Waypit with the Fates healing the team to full at this point. So definitely Nova Esports pulling up the notch and fasten the game tempo. Cecil!
Oh, close call, almost landing over onto Hua. They drop the board, locking when they were in the corner, and this is where they recommit. CCS, the moment he dumps in, he gets caught out. They did manage to take down Xuan when he does move away with his maintain to keep himself alive, but Dota, they fight back, and they are looking to clear off the mid turret and have a lot more room to play.
Toda here not letting down because they are the challengers, but because they're the challengers, they go in with a bang. Because CCS there getting a 3-man knockout with the exploit weakness, securing Toda, the fight win, and a comeback onto the mid tower. Beautiful stuff coming in from CCS.
Yeah, I love the response. CCS was so potent in that team fight where they called the shots, catching over onto Xuan, and eventually they just found that perfect angle with the crash of the wave at the very same time for them to further commit, where Nova kind of overextended a little bit, right? They kind of want more than what they were asking for initially with the Crimson and also the topside push. But this time around, Nova, they want that Overlord, and I don't think Dota's getting anywhere close.
After the Overlord, right back again. When we talk about objective, this is the objective we're talking about. After the Overlord, straight into the red buff, the Crimson Golem of Toda, and including that is the top tower as well. Engage goes through.
Oh, they launched this Agudo up in the air. There's no chance for him to be involved, and just like that, Wendy acknowledged them once again. Fastest now being popped right through. Sadness does go back into safety. He does not have his flash available just yet. Coalesces to hold them back, but that wave is going to not hold, so it's just going to take a little bit more time as the Vanguards are already arriving. So is there going to be another form of a defense coming from Dota? They did manage to clear it off at the very least.
Nova Esports here playing smart, does not want to overextend here. CCS has the flash, can make another big engage here. So they back off, choose to recollect their jungle camps first before moving back to the Crimson Golem once again to really push off Toda, get this big lead to close off the game. But realistic speaking, right, props to Toda, they're holding on really good in the mid game so far, Contra.
They definitely are doing better than they did to that prior match. So long as they can maintain this form of composure and keep Hua alive in the majority of this skirmish, they should be able to turn the tides around just like how they did on that mid fight that they had. Now, aren't spotting up, but they're already looking to catch up Hua. Further commitment coming with the board drop right in, and what a dive onto Muji! They find a pick, and it's not enough to clip over Hua. A 1-for-1 exchange, but Muji, that's going to be a little bit of a sore blow for this marksman to wrap up.
DCS getting the big engage onto the Muji with Stay falling at the Annihilation to seal the deal on Muji. That's what I'm saying, Contra. Although they are behind, but they are not backing off without a fight. But still, Nova here, knowing the fact that one of your core engagers are off the map. Oh, Nova Jen here getting caught out.
Oh boy, this is looking pretty bad. Force mobilization was flashed away. Now the tide's turning in favor of the side of Toda here, hoping to chase right through, but just about enough distance created. Now, Toda looking to exert a little bit more pressure on the side lanes as we can see this 1-4 split formation forming up for the Swordfishes.
Swordfishes. They are looking to really fight back this time. It's only a minor goal lead of almost 2,000, and on the side lane, Toda secures the top turret for CCS. Right now, 10 seconds into the first major objective of the game, which is the Shadow Tyrant. We are looking at both teams looking to really pull out all guns and secure a big fight here to secure the Shadow Tyrant Contra.
Sure enough, and with that Pure Sky up available for CCS, he can't even do much more and maybe form an escape. Wait Pit, what's he gonna do this time as they will regain that control?
Wendy!
And it's gonna be Wendy that steals it! He drops a board, locking 2 members of Toda in place. CCS did manage to annihilate CY while he crashed in with the set sail. Shred arrives, but he's putting his body on the line while the rest of Toda has been able to clear off majority of Nova Esports, leaving only Muchi behind.
Is that just game or what? Because right now, 20-second death timers on the side of Nova Esports, and Toda might just be doing it. Contra, this might just be one of the biggest upsets that we've seen so far, but there's 9 seconds on to CY. Will we see an upset right now? It doesn't seem like to be the case because 4 seconds on to CY. They might have to back off after this.
It's CY coming back up, and they're still looking to outmatch these members out there. They're going for a dive. CY buying a little bit more space and time while almost dropping low, but it is going to be that force mobilization to keep him at bay. So it's not over and done just yet for Nova.
Toda. They lose the Tyrant, but they won the fight. What a masterclass performance here. They fight back, and they won the fight. Wow, Toda!
It's just insane on their level of execution moving into the second match. A huge resurgence as they have been able to overcome some of all these demons out there. Now, I really want to see, once they do secure this Overlord, what is their next move? As the rest of Nova right now, their response is just to clear out the minion waves for it to neutralize. And it's going to be too late for them to even come anywhere close to secure that Shadow Overlord. So the ball is now pretty much favoring Toda, despite a slight lead of Nova Esports' goal lead at the moment.
And I just want to point out, Contra, yes, goal lead seems to be a favor of Nova Esports, but in terms of scaling, Nova's team comp is meant to play fast. Toda's team comp, you have the engage come through.
Oh, jumping right through, and this is where CCS is the one that gets caught out. That's what Nova really wanted for the longest of the time, while the board comes in rather late, but that is just trying to block away the rest of Toda. They got one in return, and that's all that they needed.
Yeah, and back to the conversation that we just had. In terms of the scaling department, Toda has the better scaling. You have the late game insurance on Sadness. With the long, he's slowly approaching to his 4th item, which is the key siege breaker. And looking at Nova's team comp, there's no such front line that can tank the full burst of the flaming palms. So right now, look at Sadness. He's having free reign onto the top turret of Nova Esports right now. He dodges the stun.
Whoa, and now he's still pretty much under threat. Will be obliterated with the annihilation drop right through. Both sides of the clash lane just soaking so much pressure in this matchup while Huahua tries to buy a little bit more of that space with the rest of the members falling back in. Fast is now called right through. CCS, he finds the catch over onto Schwen as well as Wendy. Now this is where they box the rest of Nova, and the game is called. CCS with the double, and Muji is the last member standing, and make that none. Toda with the biggest upset of the day, acing out Nova to claim a draw in this matchup.
Of all teams, who would have thought Toda will be the one to land one more game win onto Nova Esports? That's amazing, Toda. Congratulations, Toda. You pulled it to the 1-1. No one would have expected this outcome in this game too, Contra. Amazing turn of events.
The Embers have ignited, and now it bursts to flames. Today might just be the day where David will destroy Goliath here. Toda, This is massive. I mean, that's at least $100 secured. Jokes aside, I mean, this result is huge. If they run it back once more, that might pressurize the rest of Nova to fall back into a standard composition, because maybe when they were just being a little bit more lenient, going on the map, Musashi, I think CY's playing a spectacular game, but the answers onto every aggression of this, and so that they were giving a little bit of leeway in that early game. Mid-game, those fights around that Tyrant is what really changed the tides, and they just keep on riding the waves.
Riding the waves, which Toda really rode the wave, team fights after team fights, really winning out all these team fights. Even the Tyrants were to go over to Wendy, securing the steal, but the key team fight wins was always in favor of Toda. They executed team fight so well, and I gotta give props. CCS 437, making sure that these backline accesses were all done by him. He was the one to pave the way for Toda to come back into the series, pushing it to 1-all.
I love his mental fortitude, right? He does not care if he will be defeated in some of these fights. All his job was in this series, in this matchup itself, is to hunt out Muchi. And Muchi doesn't really have too much of that space for him to actually work with in majority of these fights. So in the bigger spectrum of this equation, Nova Esports will lack the damage output, further relying on CY to really pull the weight of the rest. And I think like that was the key to Toda's success in this matchup.
Exactly. Props to Toda as well. They played towards their draft. They held the insane early game draft coming from Nova Esports. They outscaled Muchi's Direnjie. They outscaled Wendy's Yixing. In the end, Sadness scaled into this late game monster stay with the Annihilation, really making the team fights exceptionally hard for Muchi to play around, because he's getting outranged with all these spells coming in from Todak. So definitely props to Todak for really playing to their roots, playing to their composition, and bringing the win to a 1-1.
Yeah, on top of that, can we also commend Stay on some of all these very aggressive moves with the emergence in the early game, just to get a little bit more of that prio. And I think it kind of has a little bit of ripple effect, as much as that led to his demise in the mid lane, getting picked off by CY. But all in all, I think his positioning, as well as some of all these timings on the coalescence, the annihilation at the very same time, all these big combos to keep shoving Nova Esports back. So it's kind of hard to go in for that direct engage, where Xuan has been having a little bit of a tough time throughout the entirety of this match.
The set sales were definitely not been hitting so far, and we see the goal graph, right? Nova Esports, yes, they were ahead 3,000, but Toda really playing through their strengths, playing until Direnjie falls off in the mid-late game. And once the long starts scaling in, once the Agudo gets more control, that's where Toda pulled the trigger at the 10-minute mark, wins the Tyrant fight, although losing the Tyrant, but still, they won the fight and almost closing out the game by that minute. Later on, we see Xuan on the Suncha being caught up due to a mistake on his engage. Later on, they push on, they capitalize on that mistake, and then they win the fight, deciding the game for Toda. What a masterclass of a performance from our Toda here.
By taking 1 point off of the Invitationals champions, I mean, this is already a big statement of his own, where Stay is the main superstar that has been able to carry Toda into their successive win. So definitely deserving of the Realme MVP.
Realme MVP does deserve towards the Stay, as the MVP is him, because he definitely, with the emergence, made sure that although he has a losing lane with the Long, with the Dolia, he made sure the Long had an amazing laning phase, removing the pressure of Direnjie, removing the pressure of the Diadia, pressuring this Long, making sure that he gets funneled into this mid-lane game, and to a point, he actually did make it work. And especially with his performance, annihilation after annihilations. Let's check it out during this replay, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, where do we even begin? I think like this is the most pivotal fight over onto the course of the river, where you can see Sadness was actually getting such a great position to try to catch them out. And since they were so low, that mid lane being broken up, that causes that tempo to rise up from the rest of Toda.
Just look at that, Stay getting that annihilation onto the back end of Muchi, even though Wendy sold the Tyrant here. But the fight, CY's engage was not in sync with the set sail. Even though you get a 2-man set sail here into the stun of the static, but still, the entire fight has been broken down to 2 sides, where CCS is just constantly being a threat towards the backline, and Muchi here being caught out without no further assistance really cost them the game, and Shren here being caught out, made a mistake onto the engage, and that's where the nail in the coffin. Sadness as CCS with the engage onto the Wendy sealed the deal for the game.
Yeah, I feel like that kind of prior focus coming from the side of Nova was a little bit all over the place. Sure, they always take out CCS whenever you try to dive in. I kind of wish to see a little bit more of an attempt coming from Nova to be able to, you know, cleanly go in for a better dive onto their opponent's marksman instead. But there wasn't plenty of avenues because Hua, you know, has always been there to also back them up with the Gorge mobilization. So far, Toda, this has been absolutely impressive. Can they do it again? Moving into this game tree, we're about to find out.
Miracles may happen because during this week of MKL, we have seen Titans fall. We have seen DTE Gaming beat the likes of Team Secret. We have seen O2 Esports take down AG Global. But without further ado, let's hop into the draft of Game 3 between Nova Esports and Toda Contra.
This is it. I mean, Sagi, we've gone through so many iterations of Toda, and they finally found a groove, a rhythm, something that works for them. Despite, you know, that shaky start on that Luna, it seems like tank jungle is the way to go. Nova immediately bans out the Dharma as well as Zhang Fei. Well, in response, I think Toda's going to be sticking into the same type of bans that they had on that prior game. So you don't want that maturity, and Luna definitely is a respect towards CY.
But that leaves open the Muchi signature early, the pick that got him so much MVP, so much attention during HOKS3. So that's not the pick that you want to be letting through unless Toda wants to default back to the carry jungle, looks to pick up the pay here. What seems to be the case for Toda here, because they have already expanded the Marine pick. They have already expanded the Maestro Only ban as well. So what is a good counter pick here coming in from Toda for their first 2 pick here?
It's definitely going to be a big question. They don't really have to rush to secure their clash lane just yet. If they don't take their marksman, I guess it's going to be further development in the form of pool. So they will secure the pay, denying CY one of these ultra tempo jungle, while this time they will be the ones on the Sun Tzu instead.
Sun Tzu being locked in for Toda and Pei being locked in for Toda. So that explains a hyper tempo that they want to play. They want to be always active in the map during these 4-minute objectives, during the silent push with the set cell, with Pei hyper mobility throughout the map. But in response, Nova Esports drafting Yuhuan and Algra, trying to secure this extremely safe early game for Arlie. As we said time and time again, Arlie needs this laning towards the 4th minute mark, needs the Doomsday, needs the Crimson Golem to be effective in the side lane. So right now, Toda responding the fact that, hey, your carries are early, my carries are DRNJ, I will try to crush you in this early game. So definitely Toda reversing the roles, drafting a hyper aggressive early game here.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Where Toda, they definitely have a ticking time bomb where you can't afford to let Nova Esports skill very late into the game. And in that sense, will they have any form of insurance to be able to effectively split push when you do have the pay to be rendered into a lesser effect, hitting into a full build by the time it gets there? So respect ban with the Mayin, something that is to be expected. Nova Esports responds with a Mosey ban, interestingly enough. So looking at the kind of supportive figure that they can still bring to the table, Toda, I gotta check if they've had a Lenpo to be picked up throughout the prior series. Maybe that's gonna be an angle for them to still have a little bit more beefiness to offer in some of the skirmish. While Nova, I think a secure will be pretty good here.
Limpo definitely still is available on the side of Toda. Being able to pick that up does secure themselves some way of opening the vision on the map. But definitely we have to see what they have in store for now, because roamer picks are getting lesser and lesser on the side of Nova Esports. The Yuhuan can definitely be flexed toward Wave Pit or Wendy. So what did Toda lock here? They lock in the Cheyenne for for a change. Cheyenne definitely one of the best healers in the game, but it takes time for her to ramp up towards the mid game and towards the late game here. So a bold move here for Todak here, locking in the Cheyenne to secure themselves in some form of late game healing, late game insurance, right? For example, Nova Esports here, you're looking at your Clash Lane picks here, and if it's Cheyenne, I definitely want to see Xuan here opening up the game with his signature, with his FMVP Guan Yu. It's definitely gonna be one of the best counters to counteract Todak with this drop of DRs.
Yeah, I definitely do expect that he might be thinking about this Guan Yu at this moment. And yes, they do secure it and to also pair it along with Nuwa. So it's kind of like a little bit of a response from Wendy is like, hey, you think that your Nuwa is great? I'm about to show you how my Nuwa plays out, because it is a very technical hero, right? Especially with the revamp of her kit, you could do so much with her second ability of the coalescence. So that is definitely interesting. Now, securing the mage over on the side of Todak, what exactly will be the case here, because they've already exhausted the Yixing pick that they had back in game 2. It's gonna be a tough call. Oh, we have not seen a Shi in a very long time. So, in terms of execution, I think that Todak, whoever gets that this Shi pulls out, you will expect everybody to be hopping on board, or even better, if that Sunsa gets a beautiful set still, everybody will be pretty much corralled into this big party, and this Shi could just get those free pulls and just slowly burst them down.
The Silk Imprints will definitely be the core engage from the side of Shi here on Stay. So definitely both team comps here, right? They sort of reversed the roles, where now Todak playing this hyper-aggressive early game, looking to close out the game in a 10 to 12 minute mark. But your opponent is Nova Esports here. They drafted such a solid draft, and Guan Yu and Arlie, both of these signature picks on their side lanes here. So definitely something to note out. If Todak does not put a strain onto Nova Esports the first 10 minute mark, it's gonna be an absolute disaster for their draft. So definitely, we will have to find out for both these drafts whether it works in Game 3 between Nova Esports and Todak Contra. Let's go!
Here we go. And also, a lot of these casters were saying that, hey, Contra, you have the reverse profit curse, where most often than not they have all these 3-game series and Contra's been getting 2-0s. I guess it no longer applies to me this time around with Ghost. Now, back into the focus of the series. Huge stakes involved. Nova Esports might actually see a big dent on their record if they allow Todak on this ramping composition where they're hoping to play a fast speed tempo. And if they allow that to happen, I mean, Nova, what could they answer back with? Because they got to get this early online, speaking of which, she has to quickly reposition, almost securing that, and good work from Sadness to be able to steal it away.
Muji here being slightly over-aggressive, tried to get the neutral objective here, but being pushed off due to a 1v2. Good props to Todak for actually utilizing the fact that they're in a 2v1 position and securing the neutral objective here. So both team comps, you want Todak to get these Silk Imprints, to get these set sail engages onto the early game of Nova. Time and time again, we have talked about Muji. You need to farm as an early to the 4th minute mark. And so far, we've seen Nova Esports and BSE plays a very good early. They know the tempo super well. So can Todak really put a stop to their early strat? Or will Nova Esports eventually scale into this Titan in the mid game?
Yeah, in the meantime, I mean, overall, he's just hanging in just fine, especially with a little bit of pressure coming from Stay to at least emerge over onto the bottom portion of the map. So, you spoke about that level 4, which is going to be able to hit it very soon enough, while the rest of Nova has been able to just conjure all of their teammates over on the mid side just to quickly shove the waves and looking for that mass rotation to try to catch out Sadness and Nanda.
They definitely want to do these fast rotations because they need to secure a safe haven for Muji to farm. So right now they are doing exactly that, and they're funneling lots of the gold to CY on this Augur, and a beautiful poke here coming to the bot side. Sadness barely dodging an annihilation here. So Anda here definitely can heal him up, but still imprint hits.
Oh, there we go. This is a good pull over onto the Waypit, forcing him to flash away. Just barely escaping, I would say. Todak actually calling the shots just about right, as they do expect a little bit more retaliation. Nova having CY to hop on board, and with the set still, they turn the path around, hopping over to CY. He might actually falter right here, right now. First blood goes over to Wawa.
Wawa and CCS getting first blood on CY, but hold on to top. The fight still goes on.
It's going to be the Jade Dragon right now being pulled right there from the side of Shun, just trying to get a catch, but no clear answers whatsoever. But at the very least, they defended their Azure Golem, thrown up too low to even go for a contest. CCS, he's out of all these resources. He's probably going to back away, goes for a reset. We might even see a little bit of a lane swap if they really wanted to, as now a little bit of pressure forming up. Nova Esports slightly behind.
Wow, Todak here drawing first bloods against the Nova Esports, the first place, the HOKS3 champions here. Todak, they want to prove a fact that Titans can bleed, and can they bleed? They want to prove it in this game, Contra.
And speaking of which, gods may bleed, and they've definitely scratched the surface right now, putting the first blood on the line, and as a matter of fact, on Hua. So you are looking at a Pei absolutely ready to just skill up to speed, get those items up online, and goes for a firm challenge. So I'm thinking the rest of Nova, they got to start moving as a unit just to ensure that they just break wall this Pei. And whenever they do get a catch over onto him, it's definitely a whole lot of value in return.
But definitely still, the early game expectations of Nova winning, but hold on here, they're engaged onto Swan, but no, he's too tanky to be engaged on. So Hua here is stealing the objective and just backing off and looking to target the Tyrant that Nova has started real quick. 7k right now, and will they finish it before Hua reaches?
They're just shoving him away as he got no access, but Sadness, he stole it! Oh, what a takedown as that tower goes over in favor of Dota, but they retaliate. It's going to be Wendy with the Annihilation to wipe away, and a support for the Tyrant. I say that's absolutely worthwhile.
Worthwhile. That is a key steal coming in from Sadness here. One of his basic attacks landed, and it actually stole the objective here. So pressure here coming to the bot side turret for the side of Todak here. Nova here securing something, salvaging at least some form of gold and allowing Muchi to have a blast in the side lane. So both teams, as we mentioned, Todak wants to play the early game, wants to snowball their Pei and the ENG. On Nova Esports, Nova Muchi is actually slowly going through the time that he needs to scale into these mid-game monsters. Both teams playing towards the objective they are looking for. So it's actually such a tight game right now, Contra.
It definitely is. A huge clutch from Sadness to be able to secure it, and now they get both of the major objectives with the Overlord now pushing to the brink of Nova Esports. So they definitely need that big mid pile. If that mid breaks, then all hell will break loose. Toda. Oh, here we go. Flank coming from Schwen with a huge ultimate to be able to knock the whole team members down. And just like that, the Searing State coming from CY takes out 3 members. And that crowd control coming in from Nova was what was necessary for them to answer back at Toda.
Yeah, with the amazing flank, with the Razor Cavalry, this is the FMV performance that we want to see. When all things goes wrong for Nova, he steps up and he secures 3 kills for the side of Nova Esports. Beautiful flank coming in from Nova, straight contract. That is what they need.
Definitely. I kind of wish we get that instant replay just to look at the beautiful Razor Cavalry yet again. They were all shoved back, and then after that, follow up with a perfect heroic charge just to ensure that every member of Nova Esports can be on board. And just like that, they're already working over onto the Crimson Golem as well with all these space as Stay, he's being dropped down low. But it will still pretty much be in the back for the members of Toda, it seems, as Stay has been able to smite it off.
What a back and forth game coming from both teams. And if you look at a gold chart, 4-2, Nova leading, but the gold is slightly in favor. No, not in favor at all. It's dead even at the 7-minute mark. If you would tell me last week that, hey, Zagi, Nova Esports and Toda, they're fighting nail and nail, neck and neck at game 3 with an equal goalie at 7 minutes, I would be laughing at you. But here we are, tied dead even at 7 minutes 30 seconds, Contra. What a game!
It's kind of crazy. I mean, of course, they are turning doubters into believers at this current point of time. Seeing Stay dropping low, they want to hop on board, but there's not going to be an avenue of the angle despite the Ogren making a little bit more of that advancement. Now it's going to be a little bit more of that space for them to still await that Azure Golem as a little bit of a consolation. At least they are finding a little bit more control in the jungle.
In terms of mid priority here, Noah definitely stands out on top, securing the Azure Golem, securing the mid priority, and securing this amazing side lane for Muchi. We're down to the point where Muchi is starting to be this invincible side lane. So much pressure onto the side of Toda to really figure out a way to handle this early.
Oh, speaking of handling the situation, he strikes the cavalry onto 4, and that shall stay all the way back into the turret range. CCS is going to be next on the chopping block. Koalas is dropping right in. CCS does survive, while the rest of Nova is just going to be laughing their way for a big paycheck by the end of it all, as it's going to be 2-for-1 exchange.
Big engage once again coming from Nova Ship, but it's still a 1-for-2. Toda actually doing such a great job getting these multiple engaged, but still fighting back neck and neck, utilizing all these heals from Anda on the Cheyenne, making sure their team is back to full health here, but still Nova Wendy here with the big pokes.
Yeah, it is going to be deterring them, just prodding them enough for them to secure themselves a Tyrant. Yet again, I think the focal point of Toda is to keep this Guan Yu in check. It's going to be really vital before they get flanked just like that 2 times. They kind of lost out in those skirmishes. It's all thanks to the heroics of Schwen.
They're really finding these Razor Cavalries and these flank angles. What a masterclass flank, but still, goalie is 2k towards the side of Nova. But the thing is, Nova's team comp, same issue as last game. In Nova's shoes, they are the ones scaling now. They have more room for error. Toda is in like a time bomb right now. They need to find an angle. They need to find these big fights to really push their advantage towards the mid game, to really close out this game around the 15-minute mark, Contra. So right now, Toda is under pressure.
You're absolutely right, Sagi. I mean, this is just going to be a little bit tougher for them to control if they give away this Tyrant at the very same time. Here comes Trey again with the Razor Cavalry, shoving them all the way towards the forefront. And this time, Sadness and Anda, both bottom laners, are now taken out, and it's a double going in favor of CY.
Where did Xuan even come from, Contra? That's the 3rd time in a row where he found a multi-man Razor Cavalry onto the backline of Toda. Sadness had 0 chance to react to that. He still had flash, but immediately he got taken down due to the Razor Cavalry and the heroic charge. Where is Xuan coming from, Contra?
Well, I have got no idea, but of course, for the rest of Toda, they got to play more of the vision game. Knowledge almost lands over onto Stay, and she being so far behind this time around, it's definitely going to be hard for her to have significant impact as they're still trickling down their HP bars, allowing the access onto their jungle, and it's only Hua that's going to be able to get a little bit of that space, as well as vision over on bot.
This timeline is definitely going to be the toughest time for Toda right now, because Muchi has already scaled into the mid game and we are approaching late game, where Muchi already finished the Daybreaker and is slowly approaching his 4th item here. Coming in Nova again.
Now zones away CCS. He just have to give his life up for it, and that kill this time goes over to Schwen with a beautiful charge.
So
now,
here,
what exactly can do?
Ooh, wow. Let's take a breather here right here, Contra, because right now, Nova Esports is definitely in more of a control here. Out of that play just now, securing the Tyrant, now they have a 3,000 goal lead here. Things are looking good for the Giants of Malaysia.
It definitely is, and all that they are doing right now is to send Hua to keep shoving those waves, and once they do find a certain angle, they will try to seize an opportunity to jump. CY is scaling into this uncontrollable beast as he's hoping to eventually bring them down low enough for him to execute with the searing state, but it is going to be State that still got himself left alive though.
Those stealing, trying to steal the Shadow Vanguard. It's about 10k right now. Can he steal it?
Falling low.
Ooh,
and he does secure it. Okay, that buys a little bit more time, but the rest of Nova, they're charging right through. Now, this at least relieves Todak for a couple more minutes, but can they still find another leeway? Because right now, I'm looking at Sadness. He has to be in the right space for them to be able to capitalize, and for them to also look at Schwen to not get that Razor Cavalry clipping onto all these units.
But you have to admit as well, Wendy with the Koalas with the creation, but CY here gets pulled in.
He's moving right through as he drops his ultimate. That's going to be annihilation to be sent right in as well. Not enough to take out the rest of the members of Dota, but they will be able to secure all the turrets available. This is going to be a bare bone base for the rest of Dota to defend, but they will still hold on.
Blue team
holding
has
on a
destroyed a
single
tower.
strand of light right now. Hua here pushing out the side lane, trying to push out all these waves. But mid lane seems to be engaged right here, Contra.
Oh, huge caps it out. This time over on Sadness. Where exactly is the damage output that they import? And it's 3. Now, the Titans have prevailed as they march their way to the finish line in an epic conclusion with a triple kill in the hands of CY. And that was the finale where the champions of the S3 Invitationals will prevail.
What a series we had on our hands, Contra. It was back and forth. Game 1 went directly the way of Nova. But who would have thought? Game 2, Toda came back to the series, closed out the game at the finishing 13 minutes. Game 3, they fought back and forth until 8 minutes, but with the same goal lead. To a point where Shen had to came out with the FMVP performance, Razor Cavalries after Razor Cavalry after another Razor Cavalries to bring Nova back to life. And who would have thought, to someone, to any team, to push Nova to this extent, it would be Toda. Wow!
It's just absurd, right? Toda, they have definitely woken up the beast where they resorted to bring that FMVP Guan Yu into play, and he's definitely not messing around, where you would definitely see some of all these crazy stats because he's got 3 kills, 11 assists on this Guan Yu.
He was definitely involved with all the fights, all the major engages. He was the man to set them up all. Although he's not rocking much of gold, but he's utilizing every bit of gold, every bit of engage that he could find. All the flanks, all the engages were so darn good.
It really is. I mean, that is definitely a Guan Yu's perfect dream, right? When we take a look at how he's been able to just land some of all these great ultimates. While we take a look at the rest of the pack, I think that it was very difficult for Stay to have major implications in some of all these battles because you kind of need a certain setup for Toda to be able to form big catches. And Nova Esports is not going to allow that to happen. Ideally, who exactly do you really want to hook? Where it's not easy to reach Nua, and there's always going to be that Gogren in the front line. So I think execution-wise, it is definitely a difficult task for the rest of Toda, especially when you did mention they were on a ticking time bomb. They need to ace out some of all these early game pressure in order for them to be relevant in this match.
Exactly, Contra. They really needed to find these engages, these pickoffs, but to no avail. They weren't able to find these snowballs. Hua on the pit, yes, he had an amazing early game. He and CCS got a kill onto CY and started snowballing from there, but that wasn't enough. Furthermore, into the mid game, they were tied dead even. Dead even is good news for Nova Esports. They just want Muchi on this early to be this absolute menace into the side lane. And of course, Wendy being Wendy, with the Coalescence, with the Annihilation, set up so much of space for Muchi to actually fight in these team fights. Look at Sadness. He did an amazing job in the laning phase, but still, he was controlled so well by Wendy with these zoning spells, with these AoE artillery spells. So props to Wendy as well. Nova played an amazing game.
They definitely did. I mean, they did actually sweat back in game 2, so they know that they have to pull up some of the best draft possible and leave no stone unturned, as Toda was really improving at a super rapid rate. To take that 1 point away from from Nova is definitely an astonishing feat. So that being said, let's take a look at the graph. I mean, for the longest time, only up till say the 7.5-minute portion of the match, it was dead even, I would say.
Exactly. Looking at the goal graph, like you said, 8 minutes 58 seconds. That's where Nova slowly scaled towards their goal graph. I believe that was the first major Razor Cavalry that he did to really secure the lead for Nova Esports. And further than that, Razor Cavalries again to further secure another lead for their goal. And after that, it was just Wendy and Muchi slowly scaling to the mid lane game and slowly taking over fights, where afterwards, Shen, being the captain, being the FMP, has already done his job and already sealed the deal for Nova Esports to win against Toda.
Yeah, and after that, it was just a little bit more difficult for them to control the tempo, where they're just pretty much bleeding dry on resources. So that being said, we are about to find out who exactly is the real MVP. It will be Shen!
This guy, Contra. Although his damage wasn't the best, but still, this man, when you need him the most, in best of sevens, in clutch games like this, 3-1 and 11, Razor Cavalries, left, right, center, from the back, with these flanks, breath life to Nova Esports in coming back in Game 3.
Undoubtedly the best Guan Yu player we've seen so far. I don't think anyone has been able to match up to his impact when he's on this Guan Yu. So kudos to him. Just like what we discussed before we even started the series, it was a lot to do with both sides of the clash laner. So this time, Trent's got it right back, where the previous round, CCS on that Mayid, always hopping onto Muchi. So he's still showing that, hey, overall, I got the better results, so therefore, I'm still the better class laner.
Better class laner indeed, and check out this first Razor Cavalry that he did, pushing out Anda and securing the kill for teams. And look at this 3-man Razor Cavalry into the 2-man heroic charge, further securing 3 kills for his team before falling down. And looking at the following play as well, this was the Razor Cavalry, appearing from the back, immediately pushes 4 members on the side of Toda. Wow.
And he just angled himself perfectly to be able to push all 4 members. So when you are rendered into that state, Toda,
look at this,
really had no way to respond. Again and again, it has always been Schwen to really disrupt them, and they were just unable to really reply, despite CCS, you know, coming up with huge efforts, and it's just a little bit too overbearing. When they extended out forward, Nova just set up that trap to recommit, and that was game over.
And this was game over indeed, as really, at this point, it doesn't matter anymore without whether the Razor Cavalry hits or not, because he has already set up Razor Cavalries after Razor Cavalries to bring Nova Esports, both of their carries, mid and roam, to life. And looking at the standings right now, Nova Esports rocking at 7-0, still undefeated, but in terms of game win and lose, props to Toda. They were the second team in MKL to bring Nova Esports to an increased 1 lose of their standings.
Yeah, and Nova, they managed to keep themselves that clean record to be undefeated in an overall series. But now, of course, there is some worrying signs where they will have to reassess, okay, what went wrong in that game too. But of course, they are sitting pretty at the top. Toda now finds themselves a chance to claw out of that 7th place spot, because that's looking rather uncomfortable. DTE, they're fighting super hard, and they did manage to at least win out that trade up against Team Secret. So even Team Secret, they're not exactly in a safe spot right now. This whole league of the MKL have been pretty bonkers on what these results could bring week after week.
I agree, Contra. Just looking at standings right now, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, they are almost tied dead even. Only AG Global has a small point advantage of 4-3. Meanwhile, Team Secret, O2 Esports, and DTE Gaming, they are tied 3rd, 3-4, all of them the same, aside from the game and win and loss. But still, any win, any loss moving forward from week 3 of MKL is gonna be devastating for these teams. And of course, we know that moving on to KWC, we have 3 major slots. So without further ado, these 3 teams, whoever wins in the upcoming weeks is gonna be detrimental for the standings of MKL. And let's check out the next week matches real quick, Contra.
Oh yeah, let's ride on the hype train. O2 Esports will then face Nova Esports. So this is definitely going to be a huge one, as we're going to be keeping our eyes on that. DTE Gaming will eventually meet up with the rest of Seoul Esports on match 2, and to close it all off, you guys don't want to miss it, Team Secret versus AG Global.
Team Secret versus AG Global is definitely gonna be a banger of a series, as they look to find out who will be the 3rd place of MKL. Will AG find back the momentum, or will Team Secret claw their way back and get revenge on AG for demolishing them back in the earlier weeks? Whew.
That's right, and you know, closing into the second portions of all these upcoming weeks, we're gonna see those kind of brutal rematches. So all these teams, they already have a rough idea on each other's playstyle now that they've kind of met each other at the very least once. So moving on forward, it is going to be extra spicy.
Wow, extra spicy and extra hectic for everyone out there who wants to watch MKL, because we have already finished the first round robin of MKL so far, and like you say, teams have already warmed up. They have went through the gelling phase, the gluing phase. They are much more as a unit right now. Teams that failed to perform in week 1 and week 2, today, week 3, O2 Esports taking down AG, DTE Gaming taking down Team Secret, to the fact that Toda taking a game off of Nova Esports. So things are definitely getting more hectic, more intense coming into week 4 and week 5 of MKL before playoffs, Contra.
Yep, and of course, wow, what a week it has been, Sagi. I mean, you've been casting for 2 days. You were starting things off back on Friday, and we are here to wrap things up yet again. What's some of your favorite moments of, you know, this week entirely? I mean, there's just so many of it. So, of course, that being said, well, I guess we will definitely close it all up. So sorry for that. As Sagi, I think it's the time for a break for us. So enjoy your weekend, ladies and gents. We'll see you guys once again next week here in the MKL's Spring Season 2025.
Ever-changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. 'Cause it matters the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers brought to life. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers brought to life. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers brought to life. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Ever-changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat.
Turn it back.
Where you from? Home. Get you.
honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.